Ladies and gentlemen, we call this session to order. I request all our organizing members who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside, and also requesting the organizing members to kindly shut the main door just to ensure an uninterrupted flow of the event. Namaskar, good morning, Swagatam. Distinguished dignitaries, respected members, esteemed speakers, guests, members of press and media, our members of ASLI family, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome to the 4th Aging Fest organized by Association of Senior Living India. ASLI stands as the premier national voluntary membership association dedicated to senior living and care. ASLI is committed to addressing the needs of our aging population by establishing communication platforms that educate seniors about the diverse models of structured care available and the essential principles of quality care, service, transparency, ethical standards, and business excellence exemplified by our esteemed members. With that short background, I once again welcome you all. And maybe I start by saying that this event is a possibility because of the support that we have received from our partners and our sponsors. We begin by thanking them. We thank our platinum sponsors, Antara. We also thank our gold sponsors, Ashiana Housing, Primus Senior Living, Atulya Senior Care, CP Plus, and we also thank our silver sponsors, Somani and Jaguar. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause just to bring in some energy as we begin our 4th Aging Fest. With those words, I welcome Chairman ASLI and Managing Director Primus Senior Living, Mr. Adarsh Narahari, to give the opening remarks.
Very good morning, everyone. It's so nice to be here. Some of us in this room, we go a long way back, maybe 10, 15 years. Mansoor Bhai is here, who founded this vision of having an organization called ASLI that brings people together. And we were normally invited to conferences around the world. And those organizations used to come to India, and we used to have 12 people in the room. And 10 of us were the ones in the business, and there'd be 2, 3 delegates. So I think that we have started a different journey from today. It's nice to have 200 registered delegates with us. It's nice to be able to be in a venue that is reflective of the size of this sector. And it's nice to see participation of wonderful speakers and various other people that are interested in this ecosystem. So I'm very grateful for you all having reposed your faith in me as chairman of ASLI. And I hope that from this year we set the tone for much larger things for ASLI, for the senior care sector, and bring the much needed importance to this sector. So how many of you here know the story of Shravan Kumar? I'm sure everybody knows, right? All Indian. So we as ASLI members, right, we have this great opportunity to be Shravan Kumar for our customers, right? Because it's not, we don't have to be, their children don't have to be guilty anymore. If you look at the Indian couple today, if they're bringing up their children, I don't think anybody feels bad if they used Swiggy to get a meal for their kid, if they used Ola to drop their children to school, if they used Urban Clap to clean the house instead of somebody else doing it, right? These are natural conveniences that we are all so used to. But there still appears to be certain hesitation when it comes to outsourcing care for our loved ones. So I think that that is going to change with time. We're all here. We get to be Shravan Kumar. We get to attain moksha. This is a great business wherein we get a chance to put smiles on the faces of elders. We create a real impact, and it's wonderful as a sector as well. Thank you again. I don't want to bore you guys with a long speech. Let's together make sure that we get every Indian senior smiling all around the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful remark, wonderful opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Partner Grant Thornton, Mr. Saket Mehra, and Director Grant Thornton, Mr. Sumit Gupta, to give and make the Grant Thornton announcements.
Hey, sorry guys. So thank you, Saket. Please, I just want to give some context. So at ASLI, we have been working on various fronts, right? We have been working to create favorable policy. We have been working to create best practices. And we have been working to make standards so that the people in this sector would be held accountable to a certain standard of care. So Grant Thornton has actually worked with us to create standards, checklists, and accreditation for ASLI members. So thank you, Saket. Thank you, Grant Thornton team. We just wanted to quickly recognize them. We'll take over. So we start with the first panel.
Thank you so much. May I now invite Director Healthcare Management Consulting, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Dr. Ashwini Agarwal, for the context setting. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for inviting me on the stage. It's an absolute pleasure standing over here and sharing some of the insights on the trends that we see in the senior care sector. Now, the senior care sector that we see in India is very different from the senior care sector that we see in the other parts of the world. Purely, if we talk about the age, actually, the way we have defined the senior care sector is the population or the segment which is 60 plus, because that largely coincides with the retirement age also in India. This is unlike in other parts of the world where we see 65 as the cutoff age group. While this is the age group that has been defined, there has been arguments that maybe the senior care starts pretty early actually. This is not when the patient turns 60 that you start targeting him actually. Things like, for example, best saving practices, best financial services, best healthcare services, adult immunization. All of them start when the patient is yet to turn 60, because after 60, the life changes very differently, and maybe that's not the point when you start. So the value cycle or the value chain starts pretty early. If you look at India, I think there are 2 or 3 things that have happened in the past 3 decades. One, the fertility rate has gone down. In fact, we are at a fertility rate right now which is below the replacement level. Second, what has also happened is because of the advances in the medical technology, the life expectancy has gone up significantly high. Because of these 2 factors, the number of people who are 60 plus has gone up significantly more in India. In fact, if you look at the projections that have been released by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, it is seen that maybe by 2050, around 20% of the Indian population is going to be more than 60 years old. Now, as a percentage, this may not sound very high. This is comparable to other LMIC countries or other developing countries. But if you look at the absolute number, this is going to be more than 300 million. More than 300 million or 30 crore is going to be the population for many of the countries as a whole actually. So what we're looking at right now is a cohort which in itself is going to be much more than the population of entire countries actually. As a group, this will have different individual needs, different group needs actually, which makes it a very special sector to target into. Now, how is this particular group different from other parts of the cohorts that we see in the population? Number one, they have very specialized needs and wants. If you look at the healthcare need alone, I think many of these particular population groups, they have comorbid conditions. As per the report which was released recently by LASI, around 50% of this population or every second person may have a comorbid condition. And mind you, this is the diagnosed number, that the patient knows about it, that they have been diagnosed with the hypertension or diabetes. There is a 70% increase in the hospitalization rate vis-a-vis the non-elderly. So maybe in the segment of 45 to 59, you have a X% of hospitalization. As soon as the person turns 60, the rate goes up by 70% actually. So there are distinct healthcare needs over there. But associated with that, there are also wants actually. As per a survey done, around 65% of the adults, 65%, more than 2/3, they have expressed a willingness or a desire to spend on the leisurely travel. Further, around 44% of them intend to spend on entertaining friends, families, dining out, or taking other trips actually. So this is a very specialized segment which has distinct cohort, which has a distinct needs and want actually. And associated with that, I think this particular population is going to have a high propensity to spend also. As per the survey done, around 66% elderly, two-thirds elderly have expressed a desire, they are willing to work for the next 10, 20 years to make sure that they're financially independent, they're financially sustainable. Further, even if you look at the current bank deposits, around 21% of the deposits with the scheduled commercial banks, they are owned by the elderly population. These are both time deposits as well as the demand deposits. So that makes this particular population segment a very valuable proposition from a, from a target perspective, which has both a distinctive needs and wants as well as they have a propensity to spend. So what does it mean for the sector as a whole? This means that as a group, we have to address these particular needs over here, which are not only healthcare related, which can be healthcare, which can be financial, which can be legal, which can be concierge, which can be any other needs or wants that they may aspire for. We took some triangulations of projections, and we say that the country as a whole will require the healthcare services, which is to the tune of around 30 to 60,000 geriatricians alone. And mind you, this is a conservative number. On the higher side, this may cross easily a lakh actually. Associated with that, there is going to be a requirement for the senior living homes. These are the specialized homes which have been created for the senior care segment actually. And the estimates are anywhere between around 2 lakh units we may require in the near short-term future. Now, associated with that, we also require the BFSI products, other solutions. These may be pension plan, this may be reverse mortgage thing, this may be any other things. But yeah, as a segment, these require significant investment over there also. If I look at the total market, I think currently the market is estimated anywhere around 13 billion USD. But going by the growth rate that we're seeing in the sector, the market may end up anywhere between $40 to $50 billion by the turn of this particular decade. Now, this is going to be a significant business opportunity for everyone. And more importantly, like he mentioned, this is going to be a service opportunity actually. This is not only for the our elders, but probably as a country as a whole. To help deliver the value over here, I think what we require are certain building blocks. And I think that is one of the reasons we have gathered over here today. One, we want to make it a participatory ecosystem. As a group, everyone has a role to play over here. Everyone has the opportunity to play over here. This is going to be serviced by the healthcare players, by the financial players, by the real estate players, and everyone else actually. We need standardized guidelines over here so that we can ensure that the delivery which is being done to the best of the manner, in the right manner actually. We also need a predictable and a facilitatory regulatory regime because we don't want the service qualities to get diluted, and we don't want the patients or the customers or the residents to have a bad experience over here. Like I mentioned, I think we require all the players over here, whether they are service providers, real estate players, healthcare, financial, legal services, everyone. There's going to be a role for regulators, investors, and everything is going to be tied to the senior care population over here. I think I'll stop the presentation over here. This was a quick presentation, but I think I welcome you all to this particular event and welcome you all to be part of this particular journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context. We thank Dr. Agarwal. We'd like to present a memento to Dr. Agarwal. May I request the Managing Director, Antara and Max Group, Mr. Rajat Mehta, to kindly join us on stage and present a memento to Dr. Ashwini Agarwal for setting the context. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause as we bring in a little more energy to our fest. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move to our first roundtable. And just to set up a context, the roundtable one would entail Indian senior care attracting the next 500 million. The 60 plus population in India today accounts for almost 9.8% of the total population. As the Indian population moves ahead with the epidemiological transition, this population is expected to increase. And in next about 8 to 10 years, they would require a significant increase in associated infrastructure, ecosystem development through various formats. And to enable the same, it's imperative that due investments are made in this sector, leveraging some of the care business models seen in the sector and experience garnered across the world. In this coming session, we would explore the investment readiness of the sector, global trends, success stories, unmet needs, and investment opportunities in India. With those words, please put your hands together as I request the esteemed moderator of the session and the speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. Please put your hands together as I invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Adarsh Narahari, who is also ASLI Chairman and MD Primus Senior Living. Please put your hands together as we invite our speakers, our esteemed speakers, onto the stage. May I invite on stage Ms. Neha Saraf, who is the Executive Director, Morgan Stanley India. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you. May I also invite on stage partner Lightrock India, Mr. Salim Asaria. Very warm welcome to you, sir. And may I also invite on stage Investor Venture Highway, Ms. Priya Mohan. Good morning and very warm welcome to you. Before I request the moderator of the session to take over, may I say a few words about him? Mr. Adarsh Narahari, Managing Director of Primus Senior Living. Primus, Adarsh's brainchild, embodies his entrepreneurial spirit and passion. Focused on establishing an elder-centric ecosystem, Primus combines passionate individuals, robust processes, and intuitive technology to deliver tailor-made services and conveniences to the senior. With those words, may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over.
Thank you. I'm sure you're all waiting for this to start. We're very lucky to have these stellar folks on the dais here spend some time with us. So we're all waiting to learn from you guys. A quick intro into everybody here. The gentleman in the middle is Salim. Salim actually has the most amount of senior living and elder care experience here in this panel. He's been in the UK most of his life. He built and scaled a very successful senior living company early in his career. Subsequently, he built probably one of the world's most successful behavioral health companies called the Cambian Group. He built and exited it for over $1 billion. And then he decided, for the good stroke of India, he decided that he's going to settle down in India, right? So we're very happy to have you here with us, Salim. And currently, he runs a mental health company as well as he's an investor and the managing partner of Lightrock Fund, which is a very large fund based out of India. We have Priya Mohan with us. Priya is one of the most high energy people that you will ever meet. I think people feed off her energy. She's the managing partner at Venture Highway. She built and sold an edtech company earlier in her career. And she does a lot of interesting things. And senior care is something that's very close to her heart, which I know. So we'll wait to hear your thoughts, Priya. To my left, we have Ms. Neha. Neha is the executive director at Morgan Stanley. She spent actually about 9 years in Avishka Capital, which does impact investing. So I'm sure she has a lot of insights in this space. They have personally themselves invested in Atulya with Dr. Karthik. So we'd like to hear, we'll get a few insights into that journey. Thank you, Neha. Thanks for being with us. So let's jump right in, guys. It says the next 500 million, I think the name of this panel, right? So I want to understand from each of you, and let's start with Salim. What do you think is the size of the senior care industry, Salim? And if you could help all of us break it into maybe products and services, housing, just to give us a size of the industry.
Does this work? Yeah. I was hoping I could go last, but okay. I come with a health warning because I say things that could be a little provocative. So let me start by just trying to define senior care for a second. So when I was growing up, you had child-adult death. Now you have child-adult elder and death. And as we've navigated through this process, we have taken the elder and we've put him in a box. We sell the elder some holidays, we sell the elder some insurance, and then we say, and I'm not being rude here, but then we say that our job is to make them smile. If that's your definition of the senior care market, you know the stats. There's 110 million people in India. It's probably the largest senior care market that's out. But hopefully, as we navigate through this discussion, we can dive a little bit in more detail as to the concept of relevance versus reverence. Because whilst it's clear that we have to revere our elders, we also have an obligation to give them a quality of life. And I'll stop here, and then maybe we can dive into that in a little bit more
I'm
detail.
going to prod you for some numbers. You're an investor. We need numbers.
Like the numbers in India don't make any sense to anyone because we've never been able to count accurately. So I can give you a bunch of numbers that don't mean anything. They will tell me that there's 100 geriatricians in India if I read the data. But is the market large? It's large enough for every investor in India to be able to deploy capital significantly should they wish to. But I'm not going to be able to put my hand on a number. I have lots of people who give me lots of numbers, but I don't believe them either.
Maybe we should hear from Neha since she's actually put a number down. So Neha, it's the same question, right? Size of the industry, break it into products and services and housing.
I'll probably also take a similar line of argument as Salim. So if we look at the number of seniors today, we're already at a fairly large population. And we're saying this will grow to 300 million or 30 crores in the next few decades. And at that size, this will be probably larger than the child market or children below a certain age, that market that we're categorizing or focusing on right now. This will be larger than that. So if we have to draw inferences from the size of the market, it will be similar. But if you're sort of prodding for numbers, again, going by whatever data we have, and which still needs to be, you have to rely on that data and get to the authenticity. But we're saying we have approximately 30 million seniors of this 180 million who have some form of dependency or comorbidity or require additional help. So if we were to just look at that segment, I'm not getting into how much would be the affordability factor that you have to apply on that, because that in India is a big factor. That itself is a huge market. Even if I take 10% of that market as people who can pay for senior care services, that itself is at least an $7-8 billion market as on date, which is growing significantly and will double in the next 30 years. So even if you take just the population which is dependent right now in the elderly cohort, of that you take only 10%, which can actually pay for outsourced care and outsourced products. I think that market itself is just at least $7-8 billion in my view.
So can we safely assume that you will get Morgan to invest 500 million over the next 5 years?
We're already invested. And I think so I'm part of the infrastructure fund. So we've made, as a fund, we've made 8 investments. So one investment is in the elder care space. So from a percentage perspective, we've already committed a good sort of commitment towards elder care here.
Thank you. Priya, your thoughts on size of the market?
Firstly, thank you for having me here. Let me set context. I'm a seed investor, which means I have the smallest pocket compared to the 2 people sitting next to me. So I come from a place of poverty, to be honest. But very honestly, I believe that there are certain markets you can't look through purely through a VC lens. And I believe this is one of that. And I'll explain. So typically in our TAM, SOM, SAM, unfortunately, if some of you have done MBA like me, you'll slice and dice market like that. But in this space, I think the only real number that I believe we can rely on is the number of people who can be served. And then you break it up into 2 parts. How are they served today? And that also is an existing market. If you just take fintech, most of the elders are served by banks. Most of the elders are served by some form of wealth advisors. Most of the elders are served by some form of mutual funds, a small portion. Can that product be reimagined? When you put that thought into it, then I think the market is still yet to come out, right? So there's a fair amount of market that needs to be reimagined, which is very hard to put a number. The second part of it is a market that needs to be created. And in that, the framework that I typically use is, what are your anchor things that you do for elders? And what are the non-anchor things which has to rest on top of these anchor services? For me, today the most prominent anchor service is health, right? That is absolute need, that's a place of trust, that's a place of education, on top of which multiple other services get built. While financial services is a place of trust, with the elders it works very differently. I'm sure I have a mother who's 72. Her version of dealing with her banks and her exchange of relationship with her bankers is very different from the way I operate, and I'm sure will be very different from the way my daughter would operate. So that's a market that needs to be reimagined. So the right way to look at is, what are those core anchor services which are trust building exercises, which can, on top of which an entire gamut of services can be reimagined for elders.
Thank you. So Salim, the next question is to you. In this room, we have people who are already invested in the senior care business, or they're looking to invest in the senior care business. So if you were to look at an aging spectrum from a young elder to an older, very old elder, what do you think are those opportunities that people can pick up on that would be good in India and would interest you as an investor?
So let me answer the second part, which is what would interest me. As you rightly said, I started life by actually building out one of the largest businesses in the UK in senior living. We looked after 20,000 individuals across a whole number of different types of assets. Having looked in India today, I personally wouldn't invest in anything that I've seen. And that's not a criticism of the businesses that are there. It's more a reflection on what I believe, to Priya's point, is reimagining a future of what services should be. The capital that I represent gets up in the morning and says, what's the right thing to do? We may not necessarily know how to do it. And so what I believe a senior needs, and I'm 60, right? So I'm not far away from the beginning of the definition of elder care. What I believe you should do is, as I said in my opening remark, navigate to a point where you don't run out of body, and you navigate towards relevance. And relevance is something that is super difficult and at the same time quite simple. Now let me give you an example. So we got to a point where you walk into a senior living asset and a bunch of people knit and crochet. And when you ask them why they knit and crochet, they will explain that it's to keep the fingers active and the mind active, and you make some hats and you make some scarves. But what about the individual who's doing the knitting and the crocheting? I mean, is that it? They've had some incredible lives and now you put them in this particular bucket? Let's change that around a little bit. Let's actually walk into something called a neonatal intensive care unit, where a child is born and requires a special type of baby grow because tubes are all over the place. And let's just imagine those 10 elders would walk into that NICU every day, figure out all the new kids that came into the block, and actually start designing clothes for them to make sure not only they kept warm, but their parents would work through that process of some degree of comfort when they saw their child in that NICU. Now, that's what we did, because when you start putting that thematic of relevance, that's when everything suddenly changes. How do you give a person a purpose? And it's not about the food you give them. Clearly it's relevant and important, but it cannot be the most important part. Now, why do I personally believe India is exciting? Because India has the imagination, the opportunity, the skill set, the staffing, the human capital to do all of that. It just hasn't figured out that its real aim is to create relevance.
But which are those? If you had to pick a few along this spectrum, right? Like I said, from a young elder to an older elder.
Sure. So what I would do personally is I play goalkeeper and striker. So for me, goalkeeper is, what's the one service that is the most difficult service to navigate, and how do you do it? And so for me, the most difficult service to navigate globally is dementia. Would I navigate into a dementia facility? Possibly. What I'm currently looking at India in doing is creating a dementia village. This is the equivalent of a township where, and that word has different connotations in different parts of the world, but in India, I believe a township is one which is self-sustainable. It's not just for individuals with dementia, but there are lots of facilities there. There are post offices, there are cinemas, but every single individual who works in that building is trained in dementia. And I believe this is a global, it's a global destination. The other end where you play striker, look, I would bring people into people's homes, and I'm going to use the word therapy. Priya and I had a little conversation about that because it has a very negative connotation. But if you want relevance, the one thing that you have to really overcome are your own demons. And we all get up in the morning, and I'm a series of my own insecurities. And there are times when I need semi-professional help to take me from point A to point B so I can actually get out of bed and feel even better about myself or learn how to interact with others. So those would be the two extremes. We're doing the same thing in mental health in India at the moment, but goalkeeper and striker.
Very interesting. Can you touch upon, you spoke to me quite a few times about this word reverence and how it is misplaced in your mind in India. Do you want to share about that?
I don't think it's misplaced. Look, my mother is 84 years old, right? And she's shooting for reverence because no one has told her otherwise. We have a process where clearly we get to a point where we expect to be served, we expect to be managed. It's hard. I mean, it's hard to do anything else. And my mother loves my younger brother more because he does that, whereas I force her to climb a hill or go to the gym and do a whole bunch of other stuff. But we consciously need to understand how to educate the people we love to a place that is difficult. And life is not about just making it easy. Life is about, absorbing and encompassing the challenges that every different age group brings. And I said, I'm getting closer to it myself.
So are you saying that the way to show reverence in India is to empower our loved ones to do stuff on their own?
Remove the word.
Huh?
Remove the word.
Remove the word
Yeah,
reverence.
relevance. Okay. As an example, right, when I studied psychiatry, I was allowed to prescribe a dog because you needed to be needed. Loved is a good to have. If you want a quality of life, you need to be needed. Now, clearly, I'm being incredibly at one end of the bookend, but just to really make the point. This is about living a purposeful life till the end of your days, not just waiting to die.
Okay. So Priya, same question. Hopefully you'll point out some opportunities for our audience to pick up on along the aging spectrum.
You know me by now that I can't be anything but opinionated, but at the cost of that, I really like the point that Salim made, but the way it works in my head is agency. And there's a lot of commonalities between EdTech and my journey that I've seen between parents, kids, and a service provider, an elder, their child, and the service provider. It's almost like a mirror. Like Shakespeare said, being an elder is like a second childhood. And the problem is agency. How do you imagine agency? And in EdTech, the problem is, do kids really have an agency? The person who's purchasing has the agency. More often than not, like reverence in India, education in India is a form of reverence to the parent who decides for the child. What agency does the child have? Very similarly, what is the agency the elder has? So the first question I asked Adarsh when I visited Primus is how many of these guys funded their own homes? So I had an opportunity to speak to some of the elders, and the pride that they took, that they sponsored and they paid for their own homes, and is also a proxy of the fact that they believe they need to be here. They want to be here. So I think one of the biggest anchors I look for companies or services building for the elders is how are they solving for agency? That's one. Specific opportunities, the way, again, I think is x-axis, y-axis. On the x-axis, if you look at the different kinds of the market or split them, you have the active elders who's super active mentally, physically, who have high energy. Then you have elders with some help or needing some help, some issues. And then you have people who need a lot of help and people who need severe help. I think there's a lot of health specialization and training and operational needs that are required for the last two legs. Personally, I'm excited about the first two legs, which is, and there the anchor service is, how do you define a home for an elder? What is the meaning of home? Whether you're creating a living, and actually I have an aversion to call assisted living. I think it's a home, right? Then on top of the home, like what Salim said, which is, can you, like if Airbnb worked, like I know so many of my friends whose parents are in Kerala, who live in like an 8-bedroom home, who don't want to leave their place. How do you help them reimagine community from their home? So how do you reimagine home? I think that's a big opportunity, I believe.
Neha, your thoughts on, I know your interest is already in one that you've invested in, but what do you think are the other opportunities in the aging spectrum?
So I think this sector is very large. And again, I'll keep going back to my analogy of how you compare it to childcare or the market that is developed for children. There are, I think, two parts to it. One is we need to address the needs of this segment, and the second is we need to address the wants of this segment. Where we see the market in India, we already know the numbers, we know the market and the demand is huge, but from a supply side, we are yet to address the needs as well as the wants. So even from a basic infrastructure perspective, outsourced care or specialized care for this population is still not existent, or it's still in a very nascent stage. I think it's very important to address that segment first before we, or probably in parallel as we also address the segment of wants. We need to create that infrastructure for outsourced care. We need to create that ecosystem of care that is focused on this population. So in the younger population, you have a specialized field of pediatrics. You won't find any major hospital in India these days which will not have a pediatrician as a specialized service. You will not find any hospital without a pediatrician, but you will still find many hospitals in India which will not have a geriatric specialist in the hospital. And I think that is the first level that we need to address, both from a business model perspective as well as a government policy support perspective. We need to recognize this sector first. And once we recognize this sector, the solutions and services around this sector will emerge. In my view, we need to immediately address the issue about the needs of this sector. And as the sector's propensity to spend is anyway there, we've sort of seen that in the numbers, but as that increases, the wants will get addressed over a period of time. So I think we need to recognize that the family cannot be the main care provider, especially with children not living with their parents, both male and female labor participation being at least aspired to be similar. We cannot rely on just family being that care provider. So that, in my view, is still need to be addressed in India.
No, so that's very interesting insight. You say that solve for need first, then go after the want. It's probably an easier market to go after, right? That's interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Priya, if a founder is building a company now from 0 to 1 in the early stages, right? What are the sort of top 3 things that the founder can do to make that company more investable in the future, or over the next 12 months?
I think the first misnomer, if I might say, is I don't think the founder should make a company because it should be investable. He should make a company which is sustainable and which has a potential to build something of value, right? And I say this in all honesty, I have a lot of friends whom I admire who've been completely bootstrapped. And it is true that the only, combination of capital is time. People believe they buy time with capital. But there are enough people who believe that to build certain brands, you need that time, and they're willing to do it bootstrap. So I think capital is a resource. It's an allocation. So I do not think, at least my view is, you should not mix the business with being investable. That's a
So maybe my question came out wrong. What I meant to say is nobody starts to build a business thinking that I'm going to get an investor in 3 months, right?
Yeah.
They build a business, they need help along the way. What are the things that they can do to look more attractive whenever it's ready to be invested in?
I think a couple of things that we look for. Again, Adarsh, I'm going out of a limb here to say that there are certain needs of venture capital, and also the ecosystem of venture capital in India is still younger compared to the West, right? So the way we look at things may be a little jaded because we still are yet to mature in a lot of ways as an ecosystem. There are certain biases that creeps in, if I might say so myself, right? So if you look at the very typical way a venture capital evaluates, you'll have to see a potentially large market, which we've all believed that it is there. But the most important thing we look for is the quality of the problem statement and the connect of the founding team with that. I have met a few founders in the elder care space here, and the common thing across all of them is there is a huge founder market fit based on what they've done before and their ability to leverage their learning curve and experience in creating and reimagining a service. That's one. The second thing is, again, there are two types of companies that I at least demarcate, right? The ones which are, like if you take a consumer tech, SaaS, it's very easy, and that's something that we've all built mental models to evaluate. But there are spaces like this, and there are spaces, you know, in many other spaces, and suddenly I'm blanking out on that, where it may not fit the mold of the kind of capital allocation and the IRRs and the mental models that are required for a VC. Again, it depends, right? So first, it's important to understand the problem statement, the need of the problem statement, and the structural needs of the problem statement. If it means it takes 10 years to build a trusted brand, that's the time it takes. Then I think product has to be, the capital has to be productized according to that.
Interesting. Salim, your thoughts?
Goodness, I'm the wrong person to ask this question to. All right. I'm going to answer it in a slightly different way. And I'm going to put some accountability on you as the head of this organization. So the first thing is that you guys are in an awesome space, right? Because when the outside world looks at this sector, it says, there's a lot of people. They have a lot of money. They need a bunch of stuff. Okay, so everybody will then say, we need a thesis. And so we'll get a few analysts to go out, and this is people who don't know about anything. Okay, and we'll make stuff up, and we'll say, you know what, we can sell them this, and we can do this, and we can connect the dots, and we can wire up their homes. And then as a consequence of that, after a while, the investors are leading the market and the investment thesis. That is really stupid. Okay? And we're allowed to be stupid because you let us be stupid. And the reason you let us be stupid is because you know more about this market than anybody else. You limit your ambition because you think capital is the be-all and end-all of this process. And you don't take the time and effort to educate us as investors as to what we should be looking for, and you don't define good and you don't define bad. That's your job, Adarsh. You have to tell us what good looks like. You have to tell us your aspiration for your elder. You have to tell us that you may not know how to get there and how we can help you. Not give me money. Because there are easier things to invest in than stuff that we don't know about, but this is exciting. This is actually about how you transform the new generation to give them opportunities, to give them a vision, to give them a space where you can actually make this country a leader in a field. But if you leave it to us, you're in a lot of trouble. So it's your job.
Very, very interesting insight. A quick follow-on question though, right? Priya mentioned about patient capital, right? So where is this patient capital? I'm going to ask this to Salim. He knows where the patient capital is. So you said patient capital, right? You said, okay, you know what, this is a sector that needs patient capital. So I thought, let me ask Salim where this patient capital
Look, there is capital everywhere, right? I mean, today it's estimated there's $85 trillion of capital in Europe just waiting for an opportunity. And capital measures its time based on its risk reward. And it's a wonderful time to be alive in this world today. Honestly, I came out of semi-retirement because research tells us more about this space than anything else, so that capital actually now has certainty. Before, we were just taking it was a crapshoot. Now, capital is actually saying that not only can I invest, but there are people who will help me take my investment to the next stage, buy me out, and go from there. So there are chains. And patient capital doesn't actually have to be one organization that's going to see you from point A all the way to point B. You put an idea in place, and we'll figure it out. Priya will say, look, I'll come in here, we'll get a dealer who has lots of money, and we'll say, hey, would you be the back end? And then we will figure out all the steps in the middle. But come up with the products, guys. Honestly, I've been looking at this space in 4 years since I've been in India. It's the biggest opportunity that I think exists here, and I have nothing to invest in.
So some great takeaways, guys. I think focus on the product, focus on the solution you're providing.
And the ideas, even if you don't know how to implement them,
Yeah.
at least stand up and articulate what you genuinely believe in. The world will figure it out for you, but at least articulate your vision.
I'll just give you one very clear example. In the last 6 months, I've met at least 6 young founders who have been CXOs of very large funded companies who are suddenly interested in age tech, who have come and pitched to us. And I think the one common thing, which is amazing, is that everybody relates to a problem, because this is the one, like education, this is one problem that every single one of us in the room can relate to. We all have parents, we have different issues with them, and they have different issues with us. But I'll tell you one common thing I notice in the pitch is I really look for authenticity of the solution towards the problem. Very often, it goes very quickly to the metrics of saying, these are my downloads, these are my, DAUs, which is like the daily active users. It is irrelevant. This is a very different space. Again, the concept of agency. I cannot remember one single person explaining the concept of agency. Oh, the kids buy this, I'm going to sell this subscription to the kids. How are you measuring how the parents feel about this product? I think that authenticity is something that at least I don't see come through very often.
Right. Neha, do you want to share your thoughts on this area?
I think Salim and Priya have covered most of the points, but I just had a few basic hygiene level requirements that I'll add. Given the population, again, we're talking about, this is a mature population. This is a population that is experienced. So they will not spend their hard-earned money on something which is frivolous or something which is very, very discretionary, or which, they just want to experiment. They want to, it's a population for which you need to earn their trust. Whether it's a product or a service that you're selling, it's difficult to earn that trust, but once you earn that trust, and because of their experience, they should stick around. So for us, one of the factors we like to assess is the retention of clients here. This is not an educational or a product which someone will try and just try, experiment, and then move on. This population will adopt products and services that they trust, and once they trust, they will continue to use those. So retention is a big factor that we put a lot of emphasis on. And the second is, again, from the characteristic of this segment, given it's a vulnerable segment, for us, it's very important the processes, controls that the company has in place to ensure that this segment is treated fairly and their vulnerabilities are not taken advantage of. So are there enough controls to ensure there is no sort of negligence, there is no abuse of this population? Does the company that we invest in or we evaluate have all those controls in place? And those controls, as compared to any other venture, will have to be a notch higher in a senior care company because of the population we're dealing with. So that is extremely important from our perspective.
Right. Very interesting insights. Retention and building controls. Priya, if you had to bet on one sector and maybe a company doesn't exist in that space right now here, what would your bet be on?
I think I alluded to this before. I think the way I look at it is core anchor trust building services for the elders and the peripheral services which sit on top of these trust building sectors. For example, what Salim is building, I think, is a fundamental, the fact that it's a home, it's an anchor, it invites trust, is a very, very significant portion of the first half. But to me personally, I think that falls under health. It needs a lot of operational excellence. It needs a lot of healthcare. It needs a lot of reimagining health. So to me, as specialist people solve that, I think I'm very excited about reimagining homes for elders, which is, what is that, how can we reimagine the place of stay for an elder? And I believe the way to think about it is a 20-year view, and we've discussed this, which is today, we all believe, in India especially, this need to own assets. I'm sure all of you appreciate this. My father-in-law still owns land in Kerala, and I've been trying to tell him there's no relevance to this. Let's get liquidity. We can make that money work. They do not believe in that. So this sense of ownership with the older people, which then moves to people like us, where there's a limited amount of need of ownership, but we are okay with being liquid. And then our kids, who I think will want to be asset light. So how do you create, while, like to Neha's point, start with the needs today, but also build that something graduates to the wants, right? And when I say home, it involves reimagining the space the person is living, the financial liquidity that the person is getting with that home. Today, as we know, that reverse mortgage in India is not very, very favorable for elders, right? And this particular 80-year-old single lady staying in a very large home, which does not have a watchman, not because she can't afford to, because she's price sensitive, she doesn't want anybody in her house, staying alone, how do you help her see and reimagine her home, which is non-intrusive for her?
Interesting. So Salim, if I were to take out mental health out of that equation and ask you the same question, which is that one big opportunity?
Yeah, so I'm looking to take the human out of the equation.
Fair
because the human is interesting, helpful, unpredictable, volatile, not always consistent. And so I've invested in a business called Embodied, which builds a robot. And this is a robot that's built out of Pasadena. And it's a really smart robot because every time it opens its eyes, it gets to know you a little bit better. And it talks to you. And it talks to you about all the things that everyone else is too bored to talk about. And it deals with the severe end of aging, because that requires repetitive tasks that humans are not very good at. But at the same time, comes to the other side, where its job is to make sure that, and I'm going to use a lay term, you feel good. Humans are not very good about making other humans feel good because, again, we're a collection of our insecurities. So let's see how this thing plays out. At the moment, it works specifically with children, but I want to take the human out of the homes that
But
Priya
you know
is
that
going to
humans
build.
are needed to build robots, right?
100%. And I am not looking for replacement, I'm looking for augmentation. Because today, technology, and look, I was born before the internet, right? So I have trouble switching this thing on. But today, when you look at what technology can do, and in my space of behavioral health, my goodness. So, yeah.
Technology to
Take the
replace,
human out.
not caregivers, but yeah,
Augment.
basically.
No, it's,
yeah.
it's an augmentation tool to
Interesting.
figure out that today we can do things, in some cases, better than the human,
Right.
in some cases.
Thank you. I think I know Neha's answer, but for the audience, we should share your one area of interest in this space.
Yeah, so as you mentioned earlier, we've already invested in Atulya, which is, they provide both facility-based as well as home care services to dependent seniors. And I think being an infra fund, we have a preference for investing in the building blocks of any sector. So whatever is more sort of infrastructure-like in this space, and that sort of helping build that ecosystem is what we are interested in. Just by the sort of nature of our fund, probably lesser interested in more discretionary products, which will also have a very huge market. But just as an investor, we probably will look at the foundation first.
Cool. So Salim, India has this great opportunity in elder care to leapfrog a lot of learnings, right? Like we did away with the iPad, we went to smartphones. There are a whole bunch of examples like that. When it comes to caring for the elderly, what are those global learnings that we can leapfrog and we don't have to make the same mistakes here?
I think there's one, which is striking when you come from somewhere else, right? We have a value base, and I consider myself Indian. We have a value base in our people that is phenomenal. I mean, we're born with the concept of care, humility, service. Trouble is that when we go and work in an organization, the people who run the organization forget that. Human capital in India seems to be dispensable. We seem to have 16 layers of hierarchy in organizations as part of that process. It's nuts. You're taking your most valuable resource and dumbing it down versus learning how to empower it. HR is lazy. It's non-existent. It's used for hiring and firing. And annual reviews are not about talent development, but about trying to mitigate cost of increases. Unless you change that attitude, you're basically taking India's greatest commodity, its greatest asset, and putting it in the trash. So the only learning that I would encourage is learn how to value and develop human capital, and not exploit it, but empower it. Because it will take you from here, it's already taken you to the moon, it's going to take you to places that you never imagined that you could go.
Very interesting. So work on your teams, guys, empower them. And that's going to be the key to growing
It's more than that.
businesses,
These are not simple words. There's science today that actually says, it shows us how to do this. I was taught how to build teams from the guy, from the chaplain of the San Francisco 49ers. This stuff is not new. You just must want to invest in people. The nursing turnover in hospitals today is somewhere in excess of 38%, and I've seen it as high as 60, and we shrug our shoulders and say, well, that's fine, we'll go find another nurse. That's just stupid. Okay? You have to value human capital. You have to respect it, and you have to make sure that a pride for you is that when human capital leaves you and does something better for itself. You get there, it'll be a very different space. And today, I believe personally that's the biggest thing that's holding this sector back.
So Neha, what do you think are some of the risks for a foreign investor like Morgan, right? When they look at India as a market, and then they look at senior living or senior care as a market, what are those perceived risks? And what do you think maybe we can do to mitigate that?
So I think I'll go back to my point that this is a vulnerable population. It needs to be provided services and products with care that minimizes any risk of negligence, that minimizes any risk of abuse. I think as an industry, what we need to do, and which is still at least not evident in senior care is establish those standards of service offerings, and I'm right now sort of focused more on service, given the bias. But we need to establish those standards of service offerings to this sector. And we've done it in other sectors. If you look at, say, the medical sector, you look at hospitals, you have any NABH accreditations, you have, for laboratories, you have NABL accreditations, you have similar standards for educational institutions. This segment, still, we don't have anything which is specific for this segment. And we need to ensure that that framework, those quality standards get established very specifically for senior care. In absence of that, one bad incident or a couple of bad incidents can really deter the momentum the sector is seeing.
Got it. So let's quickly take one or two questions. Is there any questions from the audience? Okay, so Salim, I want you to just give a closing remark as to why should somebody look at this sector? Why is this a big opportunity? Why is 500 million not enough? Because I want to close this panel on a positive note, and tell me those reasons.
Look, I don't wish to come across as negative. Everything that I have said is my frustrations that I'm seeing for a population in a space that has the ability to lead the world. And I moved to India 4 years ago to start a new chapter, and it's a phenomenal country. It is so nascent. It has no legacy. It has a whole series of opportunities. 500 million won't even touch the surface. But I just going back to this room, and if I can leave you with one thing, is that whether you want 500 million or trillions, it's only going to happen if you make it happen. Investors are very happy to follow you. Just please give us something to follow.
All right. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience, for being patient with us. Thank you, Salim, Priya. Thank you, Neha. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I know a lot of you. So a lot of you have flown in just for today, so thank you for that.
Thank you so much, speakers of the session, moderator of the session. I must say it's been an extremely informative, reflective session. Thank you so much. We're carrying back so much with us for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank our esteemed speakers of the session. May I request the moderator of the session to kindly present mementos to our speakers. We'd like to present a memento to Ms. Neha Sharaf. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. A huge round of applause as we thank our speakers for exchanging their thoughts, letting us know. May we now present a memento to Mr. Salim Asaria. Thank you so much. And may we present a memento to Ms. Priya Mohan. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick note and thanking our gifting partners. Here, Clear. Thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much, moderator of the session, for that wonderful session, beautifully conducting and concluding the session. We quickly take a minute here to present an audiovisual, our platinum sponsors audiovisual, and right after that, we'll move to our roundtable too. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was a short audiovisual. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our roundtable 2, Senior Living Ecosystem, Developing the Building Blocks. With the rising population aged over 60, changing family dynamics and urbanization, seniors are seeking options for independent living within communities that offer quality healthcare services, safety, social engagements, and comfortable living spaces. As a result, the demand for senior living in India has been steadily increasing, leading to the entry of various players into this space and the development of senior living communities across the nation. This session, our Roundtable 2, will focus on the role that different partners can play in developing the senior living ecosystem in all its varied formats. This will include role played by operators and infrastructure, industries, players to help promote awareness, allow seniors to leverage existing benefits, and encourage the development of new benefits for the future senior care ecosystem. With those words, please put your hands together as I invite on stage the moderator of our session, Roundtable 2, onto the stage, inviting on stage co-founder ASLI and Joint Managing Director Ashiana Housing, Mr. Ankur Gupta. Very warm welcome to you. May I also invite on stage our esteemed speakers, Chief Business Officer, Airport Land Development, GMR, Mr. Sumit Anand. Very warm welcome to you. May we also invite on stage Senior Managing Director, Head Alternatives India, JLL, Mr. Karan Singh Sodhi. Good morning and very warm welcome to you. May we also invite on stage CEO, S&S First Space, Mr. Alok Bhunia, onto the stage. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you. Before I request the moderator of the session to take over, may I say a few words about him. Mr. Ankur Gupta, the Joint Managing Director of Ashiana Housing Limited, is the driving force behind Ashiana's senior living category. He has spearheaded Ashiana's senior living initiatives, managing 2,500 senior living homes across 4 different locations. He's now planning to expand the portfolio with more than 3,500 units through new launches. He also brought the idea of aging in place to India, with now Ashiana managing 2 care homes and 2 more to be launched soon. With those words, may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you all for coming. I hope we make this a little interesting, and a little bit of conflict and controversy is always good. We need different opinions on the same thing, so I hope please speak your mind. And if you have a disagreement with the speaker, please speak out. I think it's a great thing for all of us to hear different viewpoints on a particular subject. I think that's a great thing. And it's the first time I'm doing a senior living panel where I don't know anyone from before. So it's a great thing that so many people are looking at this market in different ways, and it's exciting. And we've got Karan here from JLL. He's spent 20 years there, and he's the MD of the alternate asset class, and just took out a report on Wednesday on senior living. So thank you, Karan, for being here. Alok, the CEO of ASLI, he's basically with Capital Land, started doing some logistics work in India. Is an entrepreneur, but is on the board where ASLI has invested in senior living in Philippines and Thailand, and now looking at an India opportunity. So we would love to hear what's going on. And we've got Sumit here, who's a friend, actually known from before, but we knew him from Anand Rathi days. And now he's been with Lehman's, McKinsey, and now with GMR Airports as the real estate head of GMR Airports, and looking at how to create integrated cities within the airport, and is senior living an important part there? And I think he's also looking at senior living in these areas. So welcome to the panel. So first, I'll just start with the simplest of the question first. What do you think of senior living as an asset class? And what do you think is the acceptance of that in the India market today? It's been about 25 years since senior living has been in India. What's your thought on that? So Sumit, why don't we start with you, and we'll just go around on that.
Sure. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to the panel today, Ankur. I think that sometimes a lot of people have been surprised that why is an airport company attending this event at all. Firstly, I think me and my colleague at the back are perhaps the least knowledgeable about senior living. So with that caveat, I don't know how they have made a panelist out of me. But at GMR Airports, I represent the real estate development business at each airport. GMR Airport sees airports not just as places you come in to take a flight or to depart, but as aerocity communities that can develop around airports in India. And some of you who have used some of our airports may have seen the AeroCity Hotel District in Delhi, which is now expanding to mixed use, which will have retail, it will have offices, and there is a large suburban development that we have around our Hyderabad airport, which is about 1,500 acres of mixed use real estate development. And in Goa, we again have about 250 acres, and Vishakhapatnam another 600 acres. So I think the point at GMR is to create ecosystems, urban ecosystems around these airports. And we think that as people are retired but active, they are consulting, they are still traveling, and retiring does not mean you retire from life. It sometimes just means that you're not having a formal vocation, but you're still engaged in different ways in this world today. We think airports are actually great ecosystems for such senior living communities, which can have hospitals next to it, it can have retail, shopping and entertainment next to it, and obviously the airport is next door for you to take a flight for a day and come back to that community. We think there is a strong space for that. I also must say that part of this vision is driven from the chairman himself, Mr. G.M. Rao. I think he's had this view that as Indian society changes, senior living is going to become an important need of this country, and to give quality, world-class ecosystem facilities, the physical infrastructure that Neha talked about in the earlier panel. GMR, I think, has some background in urban infrastructure, and we would like to combine that to the solutions in senior living on the real estate side, perhaps not on the technology and other stuff.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing. Alok, your thoughts on the...
Hello. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for inviting me to this panel. Now, before I start, I must tell you, Shumit, I definitely can give you competition in terms of ignorance about the sector. I mean, I also really don't have any personal experience. And if I look at from capital and perspective also, we are not really that knowledgeable about the sector. Two things on this I'll just tell you. When we look at this sector globally, we look at this as a wellness sector. That's what we are defining this. And under wellness, there are various categories of things that we invest in. The theme of investment is wellness. So under that, your hospitals, specific care, diagnostic centers, even people at their middle age, their requirements of wellness, even wellness with respect to how do you do it in offices, because you would have seen it now in normal offices. This wellness certification is a very, very important part, and similarly in residential. So senior living is part of the whole theme of wellness when we look at it. That's one part. And second, as Capital Land and Ascendas First Space, the way we look at it is, unlike a typical private equity, we are a little different breed of investors. We believe in a long-term theme, a long-term macro of a particular sector or a country. And then we get in and we try to figure it out. So today, if I look at India, I mean, all of us know all statistics to say why India is interesting. In that, we are already present in office, in data center, in warehousing and hotels and other classes, asset classes. And we figured that senior living, which is we are defining as a wellness sector, which includes hospitals and other parts, we find that fundamentally there is a huge amount of demand which the sector is going to witness. We don't know how, as we had heard from the previous panel. I mean, as we have seen with our experience of developing different industries, different sectors across the globe, when we get in, we believe in the fundamentals. We know that there is a long way to go, but at the same time, we know when we are entering, we don't know all the answers. Probably we know only the 5% of the answers. We get in, and we are not a short-term player. We are going to be here for, if we are investing, it's going to be for next 15, 20, 50 years. So we know we will get in, we will figure it out on the way. We were ready to pivot at all points of time. And that's the interest with which we are looking at the sector.
So the macros in India have been there for years. What is exciting you now to get into senior sector? Is there some change you're seeing in the market?
So I think all of us know India is a country of this dichotomy. I mean, last 25 years of my life as investor, I don't think there has been a single year, I mean, starting from early 98, where India always had the potential. India could become this, India could become that. But it always, something or other always pulled us down, and therefore we could only grow at a certain rate. Therefore, there are certain opportunities which could look fantastic on pen and paper, but never really got converted to the fullest of potential. It only grew at a certain rate. I'll give you some of my personal experiences, specifically from the real estate sector side. When real estate opened in, I would say, 2005 onwards, between 2006 and 7, it seemed that India will be building like hundreds of million square feet per year, more than they have done probably in last 100 years. Everybody believed in that, and I don't think it happened because there were always problems which faced. Similar situations we faced in the logistics warehousing sector. 2006-7 macro looked good, GST will come. It did not happen. But does it mean that it never happens? It's only that in India, if we think that things can happen in 5 years, probably it takes 10 years, but it happens. So therefore, from a macro perspective, although everything looks good, there are only a certain inflection point at which you believe that, yeah, right now it has a potential and a scale. Actually, another important factor is a scale. I mean, any business will make sense for us. Let's say today, if you ask me to invest $10 million into a particular sector, where I can do an increment of maybe 50 million in next 2 years, not interesting. Does it mean it is not an opportunity? It is. But for investor like us, unless we are looking at something where I can invest couple of $100 million in the next couple of years, it may not be interesting for us as an investor.
So do you see couple of $100 million getting into senior living in India from you guys in the next couple of years?
As I said, how we invest is believing in the long-term potential. And today, if we start investing, and tomorrow if we find that there are interesting opportunities for us to invest, committing couple of $100 million is not a problem. Now, do I believe that there are opportunities to be investing couple of $100 million? I think looking at the macro, it is, but on ground, actual investment opportunities, as I said, we have just started looking at it, so I can't say with confidence that today if I want to invest couple of $100 million, will I find those investable investment? I'm not confident about that.
Thanks, Alok. Thanks for being candid and sharing. And I'm glad there is money available in senior living if you want, and if you need to figure out how to get that on ground. Karan, can you talk about what's your thought on the senior living market in India? And
firstly, thanks, Ankur and Adesh, for having me here. So, like, again, it's personal view. You said 15 years, senior living is in India, it's there. But somewhere there's some taboo associated with it. I think old age, medical, it has some negative notion. I think it's great that you created this association to promote. I think it's high time we make it vocal and loud and clear that we are not selling health-related assisted living. It's more elated experiences, more community living. more involvement rather than, I mean, just to give you a model, like, I mean, WeWork came in with a bang. I mean, it's a bad thing now, WeWork to quote today, but the whole concept was community, getting people together. I think that's what we need to, as a sector, talk about more rather than having the assisted living aspect. So I think that will give buoyancy to the next phase of growth, is what my belief is.
And I agree, because most people on the old age homes think about, aging as a medical problem and not a fun, you can really live a great life. And I hate this word bechara for seniors, we'll use that very often, and I don't think that's a great word for them to use. Karan, you just took out a report. What's your estimation on the size of the Indian senior living market today, and where do you see in the next 5 to 7 years it heading?
So yes, I think we also heard in the initial opening presentation, we are about roughly 110 million seniors today in a population of 1.4 billion. Fast forward to 2050, the overall India population is expected to grow by 20%. But what's interesting is seniors will actually triple. It will be 300% growth, so 330 million. We've been tom-tomming about Indian economy being a consumer-driven country. We attracted all the FDIs. But I think someone needs to realize we are also going to age, and come 2050, 1 in every fifth Indian is going to be in senior. So the problem is coming. There's awareness required, and opportunity is humongous. And as JLL, we've already taken step to make it a specialized, focused business offering, and we believe in this very strongly.
So do you see, like, in a single year, any numbers on launches you see coming up? Or in the last, you took out a report, I think, or you talked about it in 2018, and now we're sitting on 2023. It's been 5 years. What's the general feedback on senior living, and what's the interest which you're seeing?
I think more community living post-COVID, gated communities, townships are coming in forefront. Developers do realize that they cannot only bank on typical housing sales. They need to create innovative concepts within the townships, especially if it's more than 100 acres. So players like yourself will come in and create that uniqueness of senior living within a gated community, which gives larger access. So those aspects in the last 2 years, we've seen at least 30% growth year on year, compounded.
Oh, wow, that's a great number to be in. Fantastic. Sumit, question. I understand you've been looking at some, for your senior living in Hyderabad, you're looking for some international expertise. What's the reason for looking at international expertise, and what is that you're looking for from players outside?
Yeah, sure. If you just allow me, I'd like to say one thing that we have seen through some research to the question that you had asked him, and then I can answer your question.
Please do.
One thing that we have seen, I think, all of us in this hall, is the impact of the internet on how it changes social thinking. All of us are aware of that, whether it is rights for gay people, whether it is acceptance of such ideas faster, role of women, role of elder people, no shame in the fact that if my father lives separately from me, doesn't mean that I don't love him and he doesn't love me. And the change that has come in the generation, my mother is 78 now. She does more WhatsApp than she should. But part of that is also that they are seeing some of these things that, oh, Americans also love their children. I grew up in a small town in Haryana where everybody used to say only Indians love their children. All these Europeans, they don't care a damn, because they tell their children to leave at the age of 18. So now, if you ask people, I think they all accept that human beings are the same, they all love each other, they love their children, and it's okay. Now nobody has a maid, and now we understand that my children perhaps will not be having me in their house, and it's okay. So I think one of the things is technology, that having your phone has brought the world's views to you much faster, much quicker. And we picked this up in a research that we did about how do children and parents feel about senior living. 3-4 years ago, we did a formal study, and one of the, I think, changing aspects was that.
Oh,
so I think that creates the moment. You were talking to him about why now. So I think we had older people in the 80s, 90s. Of course, FDI was not there, but the need was there. But I think it's the social acceptance which is the catalyst, I think.
And I think it's going to be even more. I know lots of people who are talking to, were saying that I don't want my kids to be ever burdened by me, right? And if I've educated them, I want them to have a wing and fly. And that's more and more of the conversation in rooms which I'm hearing. So that's a great sign to see. And I'm glad with 2050, the kind of numbers, it is looking interesting.
Yeah.
Now, just going back to the other question on the international side.
So coming to the question of us in touch with international operators, developers, yes. And I think there is a little bit of history around how GMR has tended to grow in new sectors. We started with ownership of a bank, which is not a well-known fact. GMR Group used to be the largest shareholder of Vaishya Bank. That became ING Vaishya, then it got acquired by Kotak. Then we moved into power, which was a new sector for GMR Group. Then we got into roads. And then at a time when nobody was looking at airports as an interesting sector, Mr. Rao entered the airport sector. Now, every time he has done that, he's always thought, and I think it has worked out for the group, that creating some great international partnerships accelerates the learning process for us. It helps us in the early years where we may lack knowledge. Like today, GMR Group has very little knowledge about the senior living sector because we are largely an airport company. We have real estate development, yes. But I think senior living anyways is not about the brick and mortar. It's about the heart and the soul. It's about the service that you will give to the community. I mean, your project in Bhiwadi was a real estate project, but it's the community that you created which has made it stand apart, amongst other good things.
Correct.
So I think we think that there is benefit in coming into partnerships with people who've done it, who've perfected it, who've created processes, who've got an ability to provide us with a sense of detail that we may not be perhaps have on our own. And over time, we will nurture it and internalize it. And that, I think, is the basic DNA why we have been in touch with a few partners to see how we can make something work out.
And the reason I ask you this question, the funniest thing, about 10 years ago, if we were having this, we would have more international players sitting in this room and not enough national. And today we don't have an international player sitting in the room and we're all national players. So the reason I just want to say is that I think there is scope in the market for all kinds of players coming in. And I'm glad like GMR is always looking and innovating. That's great.
And I just want to caveat, I don't want your question to be and my answer to be misunderstood that we are not talking to domestic players as well. I think largely I would say that GMR being a real estate, urban infra, airport company, we are talking to partners. Some of them are domestic also, and we welcome that conversation equally. But yes, as the market has told you, we are also talking to international people.
Perfect. And Alok, can you just share a little bit of your experience in the Philippines and in Thailand? Do you have any idea what's happening there from a wellness, senior living perspective? And do you see some learnings coming into this thing? And I know whatever I hear is that you're not fans of the Excel sheet, and thank God for that. So the real-term experience can give value to a lot of the Indian guys who are doing right now Excel work and help if the Philippines and Thailand experience in any way.
Sure. It's Thailand. So we just created a platform. Again, as I said, it's not purely senior living. It's on the wellness theme. The idea is to invest about $1 billion of equity, close to creating about $3 billion of assets. The 3 countries we are targeting are Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. And again, the reason for that, and it's just very recent, so we really don't have a lot of experiences to share. I would say that it's still that honeymoon period, so everything seems rosy and all of those things. Probably another year down the road, we will have much better understanding of the space. But the theme is exactly the similar. Aging population, disposable income, more focus towards technology, more focus towards wellness, health among people, general perception, general awareness of health is what made us look at this sector very, very seriously and made that commitment. And as I said, for India also, it is exactly the same reason why we are looking at it. And as we have done and as we have seen it with our experience of developing different products in India, whether it be the IT or data center or any other things, we understand one thing, that this is a sector which is what we see today and what will this sector become in 20 years, 30 years time is going to be completely different. Because what we are talking about is probably a generation who believed in asset owning. A home has memories. So therefore, for us to make them leave their home and come somewhere else, even if they want, is going to be difficult. Compared to a generation of ours who probably another 10 years down the road will require this, we'll have less attachment of such kinds. Compared to the millennials, we'll have no attachment at all, and therefore those things, although the numbers will look interesting, but that fundamental shift in mentality will have a significant impact on the industry. And second, I think another thing, I mean, today we are homogenizing everything, starting from 60 to 90, somebody looking at having a comorbidity or health conditions to somebody who doesn't have any health condition. And we are putting everybody together and trying to come out with a community, because we definitely lack that kind of a number if we try to create sub-communities. Maybe 10, 15 years down the line, we will have such a demand that this entire thing is going to change substantially. We as an investor are aware that these are the nuances in the market. And the only way for us to figure it out is get in, invest, learn, and pivot. And because as long as the macro is there, we know that we don't know everything. I mean, that is the most certainty that we have, is we don't know everything. We are going to get in and we are going to figure out.
And I'm glad, and learning is a continuous thing. I just want to challenge some of those thoughts a bit. So, you know, you talked about this, and I want to talk about, you guys are looking at rental senior living. Am I correct in my thinking? And why rental? You know, I'm a senior living provider, but I sell all my units. What makes you think that the rental side of the senior living will work?
I would say it's our DNA as an investor. As an investor, I mean, as a developer per se, you would also appreciate that. Development is a very, very tough game. I mean, you buy land, you get approvals, you construct, you fight with everybody, you finally get somebody. You would want to hold on to that asset because you believe that asset is what you are creating, has to give you a long-term value. And that is the reason globally, as an investor, again, I'm not saying there is a right or wrong model, but that's our DNA, is what we believe or what we want to develop is more kind of a rental yield models of real estate development. And similarly, for senior living, we believe that there will be a potential for that. Because to us, senior living is not just pure real estate. To us, it's a similarity of what we do globally in long-term service apartments. So it's essentially a real estate with a services attached to it. And therefore, it's not pure real estate. And we believe our experiences of managing globally the various long-term service apartments will help us to create that differentiator, which we will be able to do.
Okay. Just a follow-up question, 2 questions on this. So I understand why you want to do it. With the rental real estate being so low, why do you see you'll be able to make returns? And what is your Excel sheet telling you right now? What kind of returns can you make in senior living residential?
So, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, if you look at it globally, there's a multi-family residential yield model which works. So globally, most of the countries you find that the yields for residential, commercial, retail, they will be within a certain band with certain differences in cap rates between each other. It's only in India that you will find that, I mean, residential cap rates will be, or residential yields will be at least 400, 500 basis points lower than commercial. And that is the reason why this asset class never developed in India. But if you look at it over the last 3 years, the gap between commercial yield and the residential yield has narrowed substantially. It's because of two reasons: commercial yield has fallen, residential yield has gone up post-COVID because of more rental demand. And I think fundamentally, we will see a shift in residential demand with the new generation who doesn't want to own homes because of sentimental values or because of other things, and therefore those normalization in the market will lead to an increase in residential yield, which will push up all kinds of residential yield. And second, when we are looking at senior living or assisted living, or the entire sector, it is not a pure real estate play. It is a real estate along with services, and that's what is going to give you that additional numbers which will make sense. A classic example will be, you look at Airbnb today. I mean, Airbnb also will give you a 2-3 day stay vis-a-vis a hotel. But is hotels going empty? No, absolutely. Hotels are still full because there is a service component which you expect, which you can only get from a hotel. Does Airbnb also have a customer? Yes, they have a customer, but hotels also continue to a customer. So that is the reason we believe that the service component will give us that delta yield. The yield in general on the residential sector per se will go up, that the difference between these two will come down. Whether this is going to happen in a matter of 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, we don't know. And that is the reason we don't think that when we are entering into this space, we are going to be absolutely looking at that either rental yield or nothing. As we said, we always go by the market. So if initially it's going to be lesser of rental yield, more of sale model, that's what we are going to follow. But we have a strong belief that on a long term, there is going to be a play for this in the Indian market.
And what kind of return would excite you? What's your Excel sheet saying on that?
Our return expectations for this asset class is not going to be anything different compared to any other asset class. And again, as I said, I mean, truly speaking, I really don't believe in Excel. What we believe is what you make the Excel to be. I mean, you change one number here, one number there. So it's not based on which we make a decision. It's something which corroborates your decision. That's it. So right now we are not at the Excel stage to be saying that, okay, this is what I'm making or this is not what I'm making.
Great. Sumit, do you want to add or give your thoughts on the same idea on rental senior living?
Yeah, I'll give a brief answer. One is that I agree with Alok, Excel sheets, Ankur, they always look good. Second, you can, I would not say impossible, but always very hard to get this number out of an investor.
I know.
Especially,
I tried it twice.
Especially on a stage. So I like your daring attitude as a moderator. I mean, I remember before the first REIT of Blackstone got listed, I was trying to needle Neil and Ravi Raheja on such a panel, saying, what do you think will be the day of listing yield that we will get? And I tried and I failed. But I think there is going to be a co-mingling of private equity capital. I think two kind of capital will end up giving us solutions. I think one is which will be the service layer equity capital or venture capital, where technology, apps, service models of non-real estate, non-building, non-FSI, non-land value. And then there will be others like, I think Neha was part of that, and perhaps fundamentally we are part of that, maybe them, who are more giving the assets, giving the projects in which these services will be given to the residents who live there. And I think both of these capital streams have different risk-reward expectations. And I think that if you do active real estate management through a PropCo, OpCo model and all of that, I think plus 10 kind of a yield is possible on a built asset.
Oh wow, plus 10 sounds good. I can't even imagine it right now, but it'll be great to see how you guys do, and I'm very excited about what's happening. Karan, any thoughts on this? And I have a follow-up, a larger question. Do you see any bottleneck for the growth of senior living? And what do you see the largest challenge in the next 5 to 10 years we as an association should be looking at?
Just before I come to that, on that point, so 85% of the total stock today is on sale in your space. 10% is pure deposit-led rental, and 5% is pure rental model in the senior living sector today. But there is a need for rental. I think that will also mature because multifamily is picking up. And we've seen typically trends in US have a 6 to 8 quarter lag into India. Most of the US key cities, buildings are getting repurposed to multifamily from old offices because people are returning to work. There could be a play around that, and there's also HNI game which can be played out into giving an investment yield product because people like to own real estate. And I'm sure everybody's aware India is the top country in terms of inward remittances in dollar value. Last year itself was $111 billion. Wow. And 15% of that is pure real estate, primary sales, secondary sales. So the market is huge and it's growing. And that number grew 20%, 22 versus 23.
Wow.
So big space to tap. So sale model will continue, but yes, there is a need for a rental model. And bottlenecks, I think we need a policy from the government too. After a lot of push from the real estate development bodies like NAREDCO and CREDAI, government is talking of rental housing policy. But I think it's time this association also tries thinking, how can we create some incentives, some benefits for the end user in the senior living space. But it's a fact which you cannot hide away from. We are growing old, and there is a need for a policy to also give impetus to the sector.
Great, thank you. Policy from the government, what can we do? I just open it for questions now. I think there's about 6 minutes. We've got Shri there with a question. Can we get the mic there, please? The gentleman in the red, black and with the pocket. One
Hi.
more mic there, please, if that could be arranged. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks,
go ahead,
Ankur. In fact, actually, I was waiting from the 10th minute saying, would we open up for questions? I had actually a question for each of the panelists. First is, I think I would address this to Sumit, is that, you know, there is, when we were doing a survey on what is restricting the movement of people into retirement communities, okay, we needed a strong convergence of logistics and warehousing, because I think as Priya Mohan had, mentioned earlier, we like to hold on to things. So people said, if we have a facility where we can warehouse our things, then I will move into a smaller place, which is more manageable. And I think today GMR is the most eligible in that category to set up warehousing for products or whatever it is. Okay, my second question, I'm sorry, I'm going to have 3 questions. The second question is movement to rental module. I'm addressing this to Karan. Karan, in your the report earlier that I had noticed was that you had brought in this thing of investment versus. So the investor can be different from the beneficiary. So what are you doing to target? What is JLL's views on that? And third one to Alok. Alok, I loved your video where you said that Excel doesn't make much of sense than this thing. But when I read the report on Thailand, on Singapore, because they were not on the same plane, one of the key factors that was emerging was that Thailand is becoming a back home, or it is becoming a destination for seniors from Western world to move in because of the cost of living and the service. So would you see that happening in India also? We are looking at our senior population, but do you think that we should look at medical tourism and look at population coming into India, considering that the recent survey of, amongst people of Indian origin very clearly state that people want to come back to India?
Allow me to just query you back. I did not understand the question to me very well.
The question was, people are clinging on, they are not moving into senior communities, primarily because they are clinging on to their, furniture, books, my father's clock, my grandfather's stuff. So is there warehousing? Is there a convergence of warehousing as a catalyst to meeting the needs of people to help them make this shift?
I got it now. So I think if I would use the word, it would be the storage space asset class, which is very popular in many other parts of the world, the first world countries. So we haven't solved it in the sense that we are not thinking that we will be able to create long-term storage facility assets, very common in many other parts of the world. The US, I think, again, leads in that in terms of density of such assets, I suppose. But I think I want to touch on another angle of this answer, which is that we have seen that a lot of people, when we researched, when we surveyed, and this was before COVID, have a willingness to relocate within the city also and outside, from the outside the city also. As a matter of fact, we conducted an NRI survey in the US with people who are above 55 and also children who have parents who are in India, but they are working in America, and that's a large community. And I think it's about creating the sense of safety and quality. So if you told people that we will take care of your aging parents in a GMR or developed community which will have a hospital, it will have high quality safety and care, there is great amount of willingness for them to do something with their furniture and the books. I don't know that answer specifically, but the willingness to relocate to such a facility is high.
We have about 2 minutes and one more question I would like to take. So 30 seconds each on your answers, if that's possible.
Add maybe 15 seconds to the question which was asked to Shumik, which is the self-storage. It's a standard self-storage which is popular in any of the developed markets. Actually, incidentally, we just invested over $750 million in a self-storage platform we just created, again in Southeast Asia, which includes Thailand, Malaysia, and Singapore. And we are doing something similar in India. I think, and there already exist self-storage player in India, 3-4 of them. So I don't think it's a bottleneck in terms of availability. It's mostly a bottleneck in terms of probably awareness, where there are people who can store their products. The question which you answered, if I can answer the question which you asked of me, including the medical tourism. So as I said, our platform which we had invested across these 3 countries is all wellness theme, which includes hospital, assisted living, senior living, among other things. And therefore, the medical tourism makes a lot of sense. And if you look at it actually, in terms of medical tourism, India today is a bigger destination and cheaper destination compared to Thailand. So definitely on a wellness theme, not purely from a senior living perspective, it's definitely a huge opportunity in India.
Thank you. Karan, on the...
I'll just give it 10 seconds. I would take a stab at about 5.5–6% rental investment yield, but there's creativity required. We experiment in a couple of asset classes, and happy to have a chat separately.
Oh, perfect. Can we just take one more question there, and then we'll... there are lots more questions, but I think we're going to run out of time. So last question, and then we'll please take it offline with us.
Just 2 comments. One is that we have to plan not for India, we have to plan for the world. And second thing, in my experience, कि जो builder है, वो उसको medical का crack नहीं कर पा रहा है. The nursing care part, the assisted living part. और जो doctor है, उसके पास पैसे नहीं है to build that asset. So once the 2 things mix, then I think the sector will explode. There is a lot of potential for growth. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Great. I thank you so much. Thank you for the time, and thank you for your candidness. I hope you guys took out some meaning out of this. For me, I just wanted to thank the sponsors. I think as ASLI, one of the biggest things we get is help from people who supply to us, and I'm very glad Somani, Jaguar, and CP Plus sponsored it. They have stalls here. I would really recommend. They're great products, all 3 of them, something I use all 3 of them, and I would really recommend all of you guys to visit them and figure out what you can do for your own products. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that has been a very wonderful and very interactive session. Some of the questions which we could not take, we'll take it offline. May I request the moderator of the session to kindly present a memento to our speakers. We'd like to present a memento to Mr. Sumitanand. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. May we put our hands together and thank and bring in some more energy here. Presenting a memento to Mr. Sumitanand. Thank you, Mr. Anand. May we now present a memento to Mr. Karan Singh Sodi. Thank you so much. We also thank Mr. Alok Bhunia. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, moderator of the session, for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a presentation, and this presentation is by our gold sponsor. May I request the Head Training and Development CP Plus, Major General Rajesh Arya, to kindly join us on stage and make the presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I can commence. I've been given a very harsh restriction of 5 minutes. If I spill over by a minute or so, please pardon me. I hope the clock is off from there. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'll call for it. First of all, very good morning to the honorable senior citizens who are present here. Thank you all. When I was told yesterday afternoon to be here today to represent the well-known brand name, the India's largest surveillance brand, CP+, I was expecting a very large gathering of senior citizens, and I thought I'll be one of the youngest veteran here. It doesn't appear to be so. I am 65 plus. It's a great honor for the CP Plus to be associated with this aging festival by ASLI. I never knew in India such organization existed. I have been in thousands of body meetings in my service time and non-service time of 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Dalal and his team, and thank you, ASLI. It is in thing because I am experiencing it for last 10 years. You're doing a great service. Keep it up. And we as a CP Plus are indeed honored to be associated with you. As a youngest veteran, though there are hardly any veterans I see except in the first or the second row, I heard the last half an hour interaction. That is what is needed today. Today, we as a business community, what we need to do for the senior living is to make their life easy, secure, and enjoyable. If that is there in the back of the mind of the business, let me assure you, in next 10 years, this 2 trillion business is yours. Look at from that. I just returned last week from UK. My children are also there like that. I live alone with my wife of 42 years. That is the life of senior citizen. And that is what we try to do at CP Plus. We understand our responsibility in providing security to the nation and every citizen in India. I dare not say anything on that to such august business and senior audience. I'm too young for that. I just collated in yesterday's about 2 hours a very small AV of 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes. That is what is our contribution to the senior living, which we look at it. I hope it reaches them, or business houses exploit that technology. As somebody was saying, it is a technology which is going to make their life easy. I have an empty number of personal experience. I'll not waste time on that. I know it is not meant for that. So I'll request to audio team to play that AV. After that, I'll take 30 seconds more. Thank you. And this is the vision of our MD, how to secure ourselves in times ahead. Mr. Aditya Khemka. Thank you very much. And I dare not say much to our seniors. It is just a very polite and humble statement to our business community. Please do never forget the road you are treading today is built by our seniors in their lifetime. It is our job to make their life easy, secure, safe, and enjoyable. If we do that, our business will succeed. And at the end of it, I extend on behalf of CP Plus and myself a very heartfelt gratitude to all the seniors in the country who have contributed in their lifetime to build the society we enjoy today or you enjoy today, and the nation they built for us and left the road vacant for us to proceed at. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, ladies and gentlemen. A quick announcement regarding the online connect. For those of us who would like to join us online, we are sharing a QR code and it will be shared in the WhatsApp group, the ASLI members WhatsApp group also, for anybody who would like to join us virtually. We are now going to play the audiovisuals of our sponsor. There are 4 audiovisuals which we would like to play, and kindly join us for the audiovisual.
Growing old is not easy. The rising healthcare needs and fewer social interactions are leaving senior citizens lonely and vulnerable. Primus' senior living homes provide holistic senior care solutions that help reduce aging and eliminate loneliness. Round-the-clock medical care, concierge, housekeeping services, and fun outdoor activities enable them to lead an active and healthy life. They make new friends, interact with people, share laughter, and create wonderful memories. Do you want your post-retirement time to be the golden years of your life? Come, be a part of the Primus community.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
आशियाना अद्वैक, सीनियर लिविंग reimagined.
Once again, a big thank you to all our sponsors, our supporters for making this a possibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we now would break for tea. It's a 20 minutes tea break, and I request you all to kindly join us by 12 so that we can begin with our roundtable session, which will be roundtable 3. And we would also once again request all our members who like to join us online, kindly join us by using the QR code which we would display on the screen and also will be available on the WhatsApp group. While we are breaking for tea, I'll quickly once again read out our sponsors, thanking them once again. Our platinum sponsor, Antara, our gold sponsors, Ashiana Housing, Primus Senior Living, Atulya Senior Care, CP Plus, and our silver sponsors, Samani and Jacqua. Thank you so much, all our supporters and sponsors. A 20 minutes quick tea break, and then we join in for our roundtable. Our roundtable 3. Our roundtable 3 would be on empowering seniors' well-being with various models of structured care. Thank you. May I have your kind attention, please? Outside of the Desire Hall, we also have our exhibition area. To visit the exhibition area, as it will be a huge encouragement for all of us. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly visit the exhibition area, which is outside the Desire Hall. You have to go through the Desire Hall to uh, to watch and see and interact with our exhibitors. Thank you. The exhibition area is in the Desire Hall, and outside the hall there is the networking tea which has been arranged. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly make a visit to our exhibition hall, which is in the Desire Hall, and right outside the exhibition hall we also have the arrangements for the tea. Thank you.
Growing old is not easy. The rising healthcare needs and fewer social interactions are leaving senior citizens lonely and vulnerable. Primus's senior living homes provide holistic senior care solutions that help reduce aging and eliminate loneliness. Round-the-clock medical care, concierge, housekeeping services, and fun outdoor activities enable them to lead an active and healthy life. They make new friends, interact with people, share laughter, and create wonderful memories. Do you want your post-retirement time to be the golden years of your life? Come, be a part of the Primus community.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Ashiana Atwig, Senior Living Reimagined.
Growing old is not easy. The rising healthcare needs and fewer social interactions are leaving senior citizens lonely and vulnerable. Primus's senior living homes provide holistic senior care solutions that help reduce aging and eliminate loneliness. Round-the-clock medical care, concierge, housekeeping services, and fun outdoor activities enable them to lead an active and healthy life. They make new friends, interact with people, share laughter, and create wonderful memories. Do you want your post-retirement time to be the golden years of your life? Come, be a part of the Primus community.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Ashiana Advik, Senior Living Reimagined.
Growing old is not easy. The rising healthcare needs and fewer social interactions are leaving senior citizens lonely and vulnerable. Primus's senior living homes provide holistic senior care solutions that help reduce aging and eliminate loneliness. Round-the-clock medical care, concierge, housekeeping services, and fun outdoor activities enable them to lead an active and healthy life. They make new friends, interact with people, share laughter, and create wonderful memories. Do you want your post-retirement time to be the golden years of your life? Come, be a part of the Primus community.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Ashiana Advik, Senior Living Reimagined.
Kind attention, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to resume our post-tea break session. May I request everyone who is outside the hall, and if they can hear me, to kindly join us inside. Requesting our organizing team member to kindly request all our guests, our delegates who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside. We wish to begin in time. Thank you for your attention. Once again, requesting the organizing team member to kindly let all our delegates and our guests be aware that we are about to begin with our post-tea break session. May I request everyone sitting in the hall to kindly continue to keep their electronic gadgets on silent mode. Requesting all our members, if they can hear me, outside the hall to kindly join us inside. We wish to begin with our session now. Thank you.
Growing old is not easy. The rising healthcare needs and fewer social interactions are leaving senior citizens lonely and vulnerable. Primus' senior living homes provide holistic senior care solutions that help reduce aging and eliminate loneliness. Round-the-clock medical care, concierge, housekeeping services, and fun outdoor activities enable them to lead an active and healthy life. They make new friends, interact with people, share laughter, and create wonderful memories. Do you want your post-retirement time to be the golden years of your life? Come, be a part of the Primus community.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Ashiana Advik, Senior Living Reimagined.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the post-tea session. We're once again requesting everyone to kindly be seated with the electronic gadgets on silent mode from now onwards. May I have your kind attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? We move forward with the deliberations of the event. We now proceed with a very momentous moment in this conference. And yes, I am talking about the Founders Excellence Award. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please put your hands together for this very momentous point in the conference, where may I request the founder and chairman emeritus ASLI, Mr. Mansoor Dalal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Sir, may I request you to kindly announce and present this Excellence Award.
Thank you, ma'am. And a very good afternoon, friends. It's really a pleasure, an absolute honor, in fact, to be with such eclectic souls, such passionate people in this room who are immersed in the entire ecosystem of elder care, and who I believe very strongly have empathy as their North Star in all that they do. And that's what makes this gathering, as someone just said, so momentous, so joyful, such a delight to meet people who are into the same journey. And that, friends, is the ethos of the Founders Excellence Award, which ASLI initiated in 2019. That is the ethos of recognizing, acknowledging people who are on this part of the journey, keeping empathy, passion, primarily. We saw so much of 500 million and trillion and so on and so forth, but one thread came out of all that is unless the passion is there, unless the sincerity is there, unless the service is there, it won't work. And that's what we are celebrating, friends. So we started this celebration way back in 2019. That's when I decided to step back and leave ASLI to much more capable hands of Ankur, Adarsh, Rajat now in the future. And so the first award, friends, was presented by ASLI to Mr. Matthew Cherian, HelpAge, ex-CEO of HelpAge India. The second in 2020 was presented to Dr. Gangadharan of Heritage Foundation. In 2021, the award was presented to Mr. Himanshu Rath of AGEING Foundation. And in 22, it was presented to Dr. Renu Varghese, a gerontologist, a doctorate, and a chairperson of Travancore Foundation, who does all our work gratis. And in 2023 today, on 17th of November, I have the absolute distinct pleasure of presenting this award to my dear friend, Dr. Alexandra Thomas. Dr. Alexander Thomas, may I kindly request you to please get yourself acknowledged and let people. So friends, blessed is a person who makes a difference and who walks that extra mile and to make the defenseless walk with dignity. And that's him. Blessed is Dr. Alexandra Thomas, whose contribution to the cause of senior care has given him a special place in the hearts of all those he has touched. Dr. Thomas is a highly distinguished healthcare professional and as age has caught up with me, finally. In this senior aging fest, age has caught up with me. So, and with an impressive 4-decade career, he has made invaluable contributions to the health sector in India. His unwavering dedication over the past decade has been focused on revolutionizing elder care, benefiting numerous older elders across the nation. As the founder and patron of prominent organizations such as the Association of Healthcare Organizations India, that's AHPI, the Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations, CAHO, and the Association of National Board Accredited Institutions, ANBAI, Dr. Thomas has been at the forefront of spearheading transformative policy changes and reforms that have a positive impact on the lives of older elders. Dr. Thomas played a pivotal role in establishing Vayavikas, an organization dedicated in holistic elder care, by assembling a distinguished group of founding members. He also collaborated with INSTEM to initiate India's groundbreaking study on cerebropexia. Furthermore, his contributions extend beyond research, as he has edited numerous influential white papers and books, including a very apt title, Embracing the Golden Years, A Guide to Happy and Healthy Aging, and this too in this decade of healthy aging as dedicated by the UN. Elder Care, and 2 papers, Aspirations for the Elderly in India and Enabling India's Senior Citizens, A Call for Government and Stakeholders. Additionally, he has organized national conferences to foster discussion and advocate for the rights and improved quality of life for older adults. Moreover, Dr. Thomas has served as a consultant to the World Bank and has held esteemed positions on boards such as NHBH and the Healthcare Sector Skills Council. He actively participates in committees established by renowned organizations such as the Union Health Ministry, CII, FICCI, UNESCO, PHFI, the National Board of Examinations, and the Quality Council of India. Dr. Thomas' exceptional contributions have received widespread recognition, earning him numerous awards and accolades for his dedicated service, accomplishments in medical education, and commitment to healthcare, quality, and accreditation. Noteworthy among these honors are the prestigious Waterfalls Global Awards 2022 from the government of UAE, the Lifetime Achievement Award 2018 from CHO, and also from ANBI in 2022. In 2022, the National Distinguished Service Award 2016 and the All-Time Achievement Award 2022 for the Indian Medical Association, and now, of course, today, the Founders Excellence Award by ASLI. Signed by me on this date, today, 17th November 2023. I thank you, Doctor, for accepting this contribution of ours, and we wish you and pray that you continue to do this selflessly for years and years to come.
Requesting Mr. Adarsh to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request Mr. Adarsh Narahari to kindly join us onto the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Mansoor, for those very kind words. I'm very deeply honored to receive this very prestigious excellence from ASLI. Thank you, Mansoor, Rajat, and Adarsh, and the board members for this honor. And being recognized along the giants that you mentioned is especially humbling and privileged. My journey started in Baptist Hospital many years ago. Baptist Hospital is a mission hospital which belongs to CMC Vellore. Initially, I was responded to the Planning Commission's call to work with elder care with Arun Maira. And earlier to that, I had very limited exposure to elder care, a fracture hip, a fracture spine, etc. But after this project titled Aspirations for the Elderly, it made me realize the enormity of the issue and the need for our society to respond. Over the years, as mentioned, I've worked with AHPI, with CAHO, with UNBI, and we've been lobbying with the government to increase allocations and sporadically do a few things. A few years ago, along with Dr. Devi Shetty, along with Chris Gopalkrishnan, and other very other eminent personalities, we founded Vaya Vikas, which is an organization dedicated to trying to address all the issues of older adults in conjunction with other stakeholders. Health, I'm a doctor, so earlier it was focused on health, social, legal, and financial aspects. So through Vaya Vikas, our aim is to transform the negative perception of seniors as a burden and into a positive one, enabling them to be engaged and active long after retirement. By doing so, we believe they can live longer, healthier, and happier lives, and also contribute to society. Many of you sitting in this room were part of the National Health Conclave held in Bangalore a few months ago. The collective wisdom of 120 stakeholders all over the countries, all over India was developed into a white paper and then sent as recommendations to the government and other stakeholders, and we are following this up very closely. We have engaged with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, the IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Authority, to try and remove the GST, the HSSE, Health Sector Skill Council, Ministry of Social Justice, to remove the gaps. There are a lot of gaps in implementation of the policies to increase seats. Somebody was talking about lack of doctors. We're working with the NMC, upskilling nurses, help digital literacy, and provide legal and financial help, and work on policy level initiatives. The Dementia Alliance of India, which was founded by Nightingale, recently started, was one of the recommendations, and it is now fully in action. Another important book, as Mansoor mentioned, was the book titled Embracing the Golden Years. This is aimed for seniors and other stakeholders, written by very eminent authors, including some of the experts sitting here today. This is available as a free download for all of you to use. Recently, somebody was talking about loneliness. I think yesterday I was reading an article that loneliness is equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And that is a major problem in our country, especially among elders. So recently we had something called a Hiriyara Habba in Bangalore, a function for the senior citizens. While organizing it, we were a little worried. Will 20, 30, 100 people come? But it ended up with 2,500 people attending, and there was a tremendous energy among these people. So ultimately, through Vaya Vikas and through all of you, all the other associations, our goal is to unite seniors and stakeholders, becoming a collective voice. And as a community, we strive to create an enabling environment for seniors, allowing them to live a life of dignity and happiness. As one of the speakers earlier said, they earned it, they've prepared the road for us, and I think we should deliver. This award serves as further encouragement, and thank you for it, Mansoor, coming from peers and motivates us to do even more for the elder community. So once again, thank you, and I look forward to collectively working towards the cause of senior citizens. Thank you very much.
Many congratulations to founder Vaya Vikas, Dr. Alexander Thomas. Many congratulations to you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Mansoor Dalal, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our Roundtable 3. And may I announce the theme of Roundtable 3, Empowering Seniors' Well-Being with Various Models of Structured Care. Ladies and gentlemen, to dwell deeper into these requirements that we need for our elder care and different delivery formats for senior care and senior living, this session shall focus on identifying the relevance of these other healthcare models for senior care in India, identify the top unmet needs in India today, and the associated investment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together as I welcome the moderator and the esteemed panelist of the session. May I request Chairman-elect ASLI and MD and CEO Antara Senior Living, Mr. Rajat Mehta, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also request all our distinguished speakers to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request Dr. Karthik Narayan, Managing Director, Atulya Senior Care, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also request Mr. Chaitanya Saravati, President and CEO, India and South Asia, GE Healthcare Managing Director, Wipro GE, to kindly join us onto the stage. Also requesting Ms. Mrinalini Mirchandani, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, to join us onto the stage. We also invite on stage founding member via Vikas, Dr. Alexander Thomas, to kindly join us onto the stage. Before I request the moderator of the session to take over, may I say a few words about Mr. Rajat Mehta. Mr. Mehta is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Antara Senior Living Limited and a subsidiary of Max India Limited that develops integrated care ecosystems for seniors. He is also the Managing Director of Max India Limited. With a career spanning 3 decades, Rajat has been a founder member of Maxwell Life Insurance and one of the architects of Max Healthcare Growth, and now the leader for Antara Senior Care and all 3 diverse roles, which are part of the businesses which impact life. Rajat comes from a very humble background and has imbibed strong values from his parents, who are decorated teachers. With those words, may I request you, sir, to kindly take over.
The volume, please. Yeah, thank you. So what an interesting morning we have had. Different perspectives, different insights on size of market. As somebody said, India, the demand is never a problem. It's such a big ocean of opportunity. But the ability to architect and craft out business models which succeed is the real challenge in India. So it's not about, assessing, the demand. We talked about building blocks. We also talked about social acceptance being a catalyst to this sector. I was so glad to hear that comment from investors. We have a very different topic now, which is really talking about different ways of trying to address needs of seniors, and what an illustrious panel. What can I say about the panel? Mrinalini, the senior partner with McKinsey. She leads the private equity and principal investors practice. She's been my go-to person for all strategic issues in the last few years. She's looked at senior care in India and abroad, looked at the trends, so we will talk to her about those perspectives. You've heard a lot about Dr. Alex Thomas, who's been our mentor in healthcare, a very distinguished leader. I remember for the advocacy they did in healthcare, specifically on making sure that violence against doctors was a non-bailable offense. That's what I remember from what you did, Alex. So thank you for being part of this. Chaitanya, who's over 2 decades of leadership in marketing, strategy, and product management, is currently the president and CEO of India and South Asia for GE, and the MD for India for the joint venture, with Wipro. He's also played the role as Chief Marketing and Strategy Officer in ASEAN region, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. And he's an MS in Pharmacy from University of Illinois and an MBA from Stern School of Business, NYU. Dr. Karthik Narayan, who's been a co-traveler in this journey, of course, focusing on a specific niche. He's the MD and founder of Atulya Assisted Living, also member of the National Human Rights Commission, of India. A physician with more than 15 years of clinical and administration experience, in fact, specific training in geriatrics as well. Been well awarded by Business World and Time Service. So thank you very much for all of you for being here. I think when I looked at this topic, 2 words caught my attention. The words empowering and well-being. Because empowering, once the clock turns 60, something seems to happen. And seniors feel they're not relevant anymore. Nobody asks them for a few things. I've already started to feel the pressure with 2 grown-up sons who think they know more than me. So really, what does empowering mean? It really means how do you make sure they're able to live life on their own terms? So what can we do to help them still be the decision maker? And well-being, goes far beyond just physical well-being, and COVID has taught us that. It's about mental, spiritual, social, emotional, everything put together. And the spectrum is so large, the Venn diagram between healthcare, insurance, real estate, hospitality. And that's what, lends itself to saying that different niches people can play in the spectrum. So let's talk about some of these niches. I'll just set the context and then, do my, opening questions to people and request you to address the audience and also answer the question as we go along. A lot of data has been thrown at us since the morning about how large the market is. But really, the seniors is not a homogeneous cohort. I mean, what somebody needs at 85, 90 is not what somebody needs at 65. So you can classify them various ways based on age, medical needs, social status, economic status. The fact is they require different things. And the needs are constantly evolving, particularly after COVID. We do an interesting study called State of Senior Survey, through Max India, and we discovered that after COVID, there's a large proportion of seniors staying alone, which took us by surprise. Because we thought the joint family system, at least beyond the top 10 cities, still exists in India. That seems to be, a question mark right now. They're spending a lot on their wellness, by the way, outside the hospital. So the estimate we did along with McKinsey was it's already a 40,000 wellness market, crore market in India, in the top 30 cities. It's a large market, right? They're spending a lot on leisure travel and on pilgrimages. And after COVID, they've got very savvy with WhatsApp and YouTube. So you can't say that they are not familiar with technology, they actually are. Some of them like to now live in like-minded communities in a safe and secure environment. Some people want more immersive interventions because they need help with their daily, habits that they want, assisted living. Some want the same services at home, some looking for some medical support, some looking for some support on financial services. So the needs are quite diverse and quite large. Just to share a few numbers, 65% of the seniors we surveyed wanted leisure travel. 44% wanted to entertain family and friends, and 30% believed in eating out. And two-thirds of the seniors we surveyed, the sample of 3,000 people, wanted to work till 70, 75. Some because of economic compulsions, and Neeraj is saying yeah, because that's the model he's punting on. And some because they wanted to be active, right? But they really wanted to work much beyond the age of retirement. One more perspective, and that's to do with caregivers. We didn't talk about it. So all of us have heard this cliche that it takes a village to raise a child. But if you estimate the number of caregivers, it takes about 1.5 caregivers per senior to really take care of a senior. And I speak out of experience since I'm a caregiver to my parents as well. So imagine, 13 crores of seniors today growing to 30 crores. Where are these 40, 50 crore of caregivers going to come from? Right? That's a problem we have to solve. So many unsolved pain points in the senior care sector is just very nascent, just beginning to flourish right now. So my first question really to you, Mrinalini, taking off from this, that you have looked at this sector in the last 4 to 5 years, and you've also studied international models. What are the trends you are able to spot, and are there any learnings India could take from models outside?
So firstly, wonderful to be here and in a group of people who are united by, I think, a red thread of empathy, as you called it, Doc. It's a wonderful opportunity. I think, Rajat, to answer your question, McKinsey Health Institute did a big piece of research on healthy aging a couple of years ago. And if I were to summarize the one big sentiment that emerged from it, it was that for a long time, the investments, thinking, and narrative in this space has been about longevity, adding years to life. But it's time now to shift the narrative completely to adding life to years. Because the reality that we live longer is now a given, right? I think, as the BBC put it, there are now more grandparents than grandchildren in the world. But there's another scary data point, which is if you look at the split of life lived in good health conditions versus mediocre to bad, that split hasn't changed in percentage terms. So I think the mega theme which is driving investments and policy changes is adding life to years. If I take that one level deeper before coming to your question on business models, we are seeing 4 or 5 trends play out therefore. I think first is recognition that health is not just physical. All of you have alluded to it. I think the irony is we can't even measure physical health well, right? We talk about disease prevalence, but we don't measure mobility, we don't measure pain. Even physical is not well measured. You come to social, you come to mental, you come to even spiritual health, there's a big gap. But I think one is we're seeing business models emerge that think about holistic health, not just physical health. The second trend I'd point out is empowerment. What is working is where people are not mandated. I think over a particular age, being told what to do doesn't work. So allowing people, giving them the flexibility and the choice is where magic is starting to happen. And in that spirit, a lot in preventive wellness, etc., versus chronic conditions. The third is the reality on affordability. I mean, this is a segment often where even if they have the money, they are hesitant to spend because you don't know what your needs may be. And even if you have caregivers, the reality is people spend on their children more than they spend on their parents and grandparents. So solutions need to be affordable. I think the last trend underlying new business models is very much around technology. So we never use tech with this sector, but anything that has scaled has tech. And it's not just private sector. Even the public sector in markets which are government funded are struggling with challenges on nursing and others, and remote solutions are helping. But tech is a big, big theme driving business models that look like they can scale. Finally, I think before I pause and let other panelists share their views, there has been no real scale success we've seen of business models for senior care beyond, I would say, the living space. Residences, living, assisted living, communities. I think this has been an established space. But for the rest, there is actually a huge flood of investments now happening in different spaces. I'll call out 3 or 4. One is the whole area of companionship and assistance. So you actually have unicorns, which now match seniors to people who can spend a couple of hours with them, either playing chess or helping with household things. Equally, so not just home health, but just assistance. There's a second big space on community. So you spoke about the travel, but also getting people together, finding ways for people to engage, startups like Get Set Up, we're seeing huge investments there. There's a third around this entire space of wellness and health, and much more preventive now than ever before. But that's the area where lots and lots of funding is going. And of course, we're talking about living spaces. But I'd go back to saying, because of the affordability challenge, the business models have not been cracked, but there are more experiments now than ever before. So it's little bit, I think, we'll find the success stories in this room.
Wonderful. And what do you think could be the one catalyst that could help shape this sector?
I think this panel will have better views, but to me there are 2, if I may. One is advocacy. If I see mega trends like sustainability, everyone is talking about it. Policies are enabling it. Dedicated investment is funding innovation. Here everyone is talking about it, but not much beyond. So I would say this group needs to come together and shape some positive action. That would be the one big unlock. Second is this marriage of understanding seniors and understanding tech. If that happens, I think that's a massive unlock to find solutions that can scale.
Wonderful. As always, very clear, very succinct. I love the phrase you used, adding life to years or years to life. Somebody just told me, the lighter side, a few days back, that in the US, people are very passionate about elongating life. And they are now looking at interventions to live 100 years, 120 years. Actually, it made me quite scared. Now, imagine a scenario where the father is 120 and a child is 80. I don't know who's supporting whom. It's a very scary environment. So I hope that happened to us in India. But that's on the lighter side. Thank you. Chaitanya, having worked with GE for a long time in healthcare, I think you people are really passionate about patient experience and what patients need. I know you do a lot of work in maternal and infant care. But are there any dialogues around senior care in GE? Are you thinking about it? What's the evolution? What are your thoughts around that?
Sure. First of all, thank you, and thank you to ASLI. It's a wonderful conversation that we are having about an important topic. I think before I describe sort of what we are thinking about, GE Healthcare plays a role in healthcare system whereby most of our products are sold to hospitals, which means that they are used when a patient is or a person is sick and needs to go and stay in the hospital. In general, what we have been noticing is 3 trends, and maybe some of those were already mentioned by Mrinalini. One is we know that there is a large population which is going to be of ages 65 and above, and even a larger population, 85 and above, in India, about 33 crores by 2050. So that's a sizable population. Secondly, we are seeing, at least in the data that we have seen, nuclearization of families, and almost depending upon which estimate you look at, between 37 and 50% of families, especially in urban environment, are nuclear in nature, which means that the seniors are not getting the traditional care support which used to be provided by children. And then the third one is there is a substantial amount of interest among seniors, at least from the data that we have seen, to live independently and to be productive members of the society much later in life. So with that as the natural trends, we know that fewer and fewer people will go to hospitals. And so naturally, we had to make sure that we are able to bring care to their home. And with that as the basis, our recent investments have slightly started to shift from investments in products which would help inside a hospital or inside a diagnostic center to investments in products which can actually allow seniors to live at home and still be comfortable in ensuring that their healthcare needs are met. I think we have a few products and technology that are sort of in the works or out in the market, whether it allows continuous monitoring of a senior who is at home in a non-intrusive fashion, whether it allows the senior to be able to contact a provider when there is distress, if it is especially late at night, etc., for cardiac events, and so on and so forth. And I have some of those products actually inside my pocket, so that will also tell you how small they are. And that is the way that we anticipate care will move, and that is the role that we will play in the burgeoning market for senior.
Wonderful. Quite heartening to hear that. And let's hope and wait for those products. Dr. Thomas, senior care also needs a fair bit of advocacy, which you have admirably done in the healthcare sector. What are your thoughts on what needs to be done from a policy perspective? How can ASLI, how can players here approach that subject? And then talk about Vaya Vikas. What inspired you to set that up, and what's your vision?
Thank you, Rajat, and thank you for inviting me to this very interesting meeting. Now, as was mentioned earlier, the senior citizens in the country are living much longer, but the question is, are they happier, are they healthier? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. Earlier, I was focused more on health, but after formation of Vaya Vikas, I think my vision has been a little more broad-based. So one of the things we realized when we were doing health advocacy, and Rajat will know, we had a very difficult time with the government. Apologies to any government officials here. I'm not pointing fingers. About 15 years ago, when we were trying to meet with the Ministry of Health, we got an appointment with the secretary to the undersecretary, the clerk to the undersecretary, and we had to wait for about 45 minutes. Then we started these associations, AHPI, CAHO, ANBAI, and now we deal directly with the health secretary and the health minister. So the moral of the story is that we need to get together. Today, if you look at Australia and USA, the elders, senior citizens there, the retired associations, they play a very important role in policy. In India, that's nowhere near there. So one of the reasons for forming Vaya Vikas was to try and get everybody together. We have actually started in Bangalore. We have got about 40,000 members, direct members, and also members from associate partners. We are hoping that in a year or two, we will be able to spread all over the country, and we probably have 1 to 2 million members. And then let me assure you, the government and other stakeholders will listen. I think it's a very important point. Policies are there, but implementation, there are huge gaps in the implementation. Now, you were talking about investment, return in investment. I come from a background of mission service. As I said, I worked in a mission hospital for 35 years. And at that time, I did the reverse. We used to do the work and then calculate the return on investment. And I think for all the services that we provide, if the quality is good, your returns will come. And in Baptist, my return on investment, much later I calculated, was about 35 to 40%. We were able to subsidize the poor, etc. And I'm looking at it from the big picture. I think here we are talking about people with quality, people who can afford it, but there are also a large segment of people who cannot afford. And whatever we do with the policy, with other stakeholders, we need to keep them also in mind. So the reason, as I said, in 2012, Dr. Arun Maira had asked me to work with the Planning Commission to come up with a document called Aspirations for the Elderly. And again, we had got all the stakeholders in the country together, came out with a document. And that made me realize that India is a country, if you do not address the problem of senior adults, we're going to be in trouble. And there's lots to be done, and I'm glad that today, I'm glad that Mansoor and his colleagues have taken on this, and I can see that there's so much energy, so much need. Everybody has realized the need, and I think connecting with empathetic need, that is very, very important. So for a few years, we were sporadically doing this and that, but after Vaya Vikas was formed, we have some, as I mentioned, we have some very eminent people. We have a secretariat of 8 people in Bangalore. We have Navneet in Delhi. And we look at different aspects. We look at legal, we look at financial, we look at societal engagement, we look at health. But also, we also look, we're not, it's very important to realize that there are many other equally competent organizations. Many of them are sitting here, and we should not reinvent the wheel. So one of our areas of focus is to collaborate with everyone and together present a face to the government and to other stakeholders and ensure that seniors in our country get something that which is fulfilling, that they're happy, and that they have a good environment.
Thank you. Thank you. I think I'm particularly impressed by when you talk about from burden to being productive, right, about seniors, which is a very important psychological element that we need to take care of. Dr. Karthik, you operate in a very specific niche, which you have chosen, right? Very acceptable outside India, but I'm sure we'll get there. So what has been your experience in acceptability? Are there any cultural nuances? And how are you seeing the elder care market evolve from your perspective?
Firstly, thank you, Rajat. Thank you, ASLI, for having me here. It's good to be here representing similar operators and give their views as a shared view. Just to step back, if you deep dive into the senior citizen population as a whole, if you look very specifically into the 80 plus population, while we know from 10% is moving into 20%, but specifically the 80 plus population where the dependency ratio is significantly higher, that's growing at a 700% by 2050. So while the independent living market is very mature, there are significant operators out there. Models such as where time, and I think the time has come, not just from a market readiness, also from a cultural side. I think gone are the days of stigma. I think that we are at that point now. I think that story is becoming old. If you talk to individual families, they are ready to take those bold decisions. And gone are the days where parents saved everything and gave it to their children. So now they're ready to put money aside for their own health and well-being. And advancements in medical science, dementia was so underdiagnosed earlier. Now it's well diagnosed at a primary healthcare level. There are geriatricians coming out. So awareness definitely has come a long way, and that's something we started to build on. In terms of models, I think we can look at how the hospital network or a hospital business or healthcare business has evolved. We can take a good example. How the ecosystem is built, where clinics, hospitals, the whole ecosystem is built and well matured. Likewise, I think we are at a very similar junction here, where independent living market came in. Now it's going to move into dependent facilities like assisted, dementia care facilities, palliative care facilities, transition care facilities. I think that's the moment I'm able to see where within industry folks, we're able to see that ecosystem build where we are able to refer, and they kind of like graduate from one facility to the other. And we're able to also have a meaningful decision on thinking what is right for an elderly. I think that's happening now. Earlier, if I have to say 5 years back, we had to deal with it. Now the network is being built as we speak. So that's something very interesting I'm seeing as we talk about this.
And do you find that in the South there's more acceptability of this concept vis-a-vis other parts of India?
I think, yeah, the data shows it very clearly. And I was telling on a fun side that ASLI should move their headquarters to Bangalore or Chennai, but I think it goes back to the migration population. If you really deep dive into the migration population, especially children who moved out for post-graduation or better job opportunities, I think the South took, I would say, definitely lead, and that's one side. The other is the strong healthcare infrastructure which came in, the academic institutions, corporate healthcare, all that laid the foundation for their comfort, reassurance, security an elderly was looking for. And culturally also, it is a, not that the North is not welcoming, but I feel definitely from your interactions you would have seen, I think hospitality by culture does exist in the South. I think that's something that we're all building on, and now it's spreading. That effect is spreading, and it's happening across.
Got it. Thank you. Mrinalini, you talked about the second unlock of tech, right? Say more about that.
I think it's, I mean, you started by saying, Rajat, through COVID, older consumers have now become more comfortable using technology. You know, channels like WhatsApp, YouTube are now very accepted channels to engage. So one is, I feel like we massively underestimate how consumers engage, and there is a very real point through this panel on elderly is not one group, right? I mean, 85 plus dependent versus 65 versus newly retired, these are very different cohorts. But within this cohort, there's a big young, old, and people who are comfortable using technology, but technology needs to be tailored to their needs. I mean, just learnings on the kinds of chats they engage in, the font size, there's a lot of learning on the nuances of how to make tech more palatable. I think the other side of the equation is for any solution to scale and to have private sector models that work, the tech solutions that have worked for other types of consumers can be borrowed here, right? I think the morning panel spoke about in even the living facilities, is there a standard way of doing things that can be replicated? You know, what Neeraj is trying to do at Wisdom Circle again is saying, can you do this at scale by matching people? When we look at solutions like Papa Pal, Honor and others, tech has been the very big backbone there. So I think both using tech to engage, not having the mindset that this large cohort will not use tech to engage, but also crafting a solution which is tech enabled to scale is going to be critical from a private sector standpoint.
Got it. So about engagement, scalability and replicability and also efficiency. Yeah. All built in together.
And it amazes me that if you talk to digital marketing specialists in the country, they understand how women buy for their kids. They understand how a working age professional operates. But they don't really understand how somebody who has more time, so the standard cash-rich, time-poor does not apply. They have the time, they have the willingness to engage. How do you engage them through tech? So I think it's a design thinking gap that once cracked has huge applicability.
Right. Dr. Thomas, you also talk about how seniors are being exploited, right? Talk a little more about it and tell us what can ASLI do in that area.
Thank you. Before that, just to add to Mrinalini's comments, we have tied up with springboards of emphasis for digital literacy among seniors, and there's a tremendous response. So I think it's a very important aspect. Now, coming to exploitation of seniors, I think if you look at the country today, you have a wide variety of either home care or structured homes or rehabilitative care, but it's totally unregulated, and I know of many cases where people have been admitted into this, been exploited, not been looked after. So I've been in dialogue with Mansoor. Mansoor actually set up as a representative of the government, set up the first standards for some of these homes. It's sitting with the ministry, and we're hoping that we'll be able to implement some of this. Two areas. One is a minimum standard required, which is mandatory. And that is something that I think all of us together need to work on. Because my guess, I may be wrong, is that 20% of the homes, the organizations provide excellent service, but 80%, these small-time organizations are purely out to exploit the elders, and they're at a very vulnerable stage in their lives. So that is one. And the second is, as we go along, we've already started talks with the Quality Council of India and with NABH to come up with accreditation standards for these different types of senior care providers and facilities.
I think going back to what the first panel said, will help us build a lot of trust, right, with all stakeholders on that. Chaitanya, my last question to you, without sharing anything which are in the hopper for you, any thoughts on how what you do needs to adapt and evolve to the changing needs of seniors? Any products or services that you're thinking of?
For sure. So first, before I answer that question, I think the point which Mrinalini mentioned, which is technology is something that seniors are willing to adopt. And we see that because my parents now, 84, 78 years old, quite conversant with using a smartphone and being able to engage. So I think the usability, if it is adequately structured for that population, the technology adoption is possible. Obviously, they will still need a geek squad to be able to help them, which is essentially somebody who is younger and who is able to help. And so that's the thought process that we have taken when we decided to start developing products, that they should be products which can be easy to use and something that that segment of population finds non-intrusive, allows them to do the independent living, and is able to ensure that they don't feel dependent upon either their children or grandchildren or whoever. And some of the things that we have are products which are specifically for seniors. And I think I have one example. And this is essentially a finger sensor, which is able to be connected to a cell phone. And it communicates and allows continuous monitoring of parameters, 6 parameters for seniors. So that exists.
Wonderful.
Secondly, what we noticed is if there is a senior who is actually going to be somebody who has heart disease, most often they have comorbidities. Oftentimes they want to be able to communicate with a caregiver, a doctor or somebody, when they are feeling some distress. And that becomes a challenge because if they are living independently, they have to make their way back to the hospital or to the caregiver. Maybe it is in the middle of the night, etc. And so we have some solution, and I think it is, again, in my pocket, which is just a small piece that they have to, it's called a live core, and they just have to touch it, and it sends a signal with the ECG to the central monitoring place, which is able to monitor and tell them if they need to worry or they can stay back at home and don't have to go to the hospital. So I think there are solutions like these which are easy to use, which are non-intrusive and allow them to remain independent, but at the same time give them comfort, and maybe their children who might be here or who might be elsewhere in the world give comfort that there is some level of monitoring which is happening. And I think that is the nature of the solution that we think will work in this population.
Great, glad to see these products. Maybe we should spend some time after the session figuring out what these are, we can use. But as you can see, the spectrum of opportunity is very large, from independent living to assisted living to products to devices to remote monitoring to companionship. You know, spectrum is quite large. So from a entrepreneurial or investment perspective, it's a great opportunity in India. Of course, it will take a lot of doing and advocacy to be able to fructify, but 2 or 3 facts which might help us. One, as somebody earlier said, by 2050, 1 in every 5 Indian will be a senior. That's a very large number. You know, and there's somebody from Poland who has a stall there, I think Mac, he said that if you have 30 crore people equal to the population of United States, that'll be the population of seniors in India. And let's not forget the age group 25 to 45, which will age over the next 15, 20 years, has the resources and the means. You know, as compared to some of us who belong to the fear of tomorrow kind of generation, they are born in an abundance, mindset. So they'll have the resources to be able to spend and lead a comfortable life. And I think as we go forward, the stigma, as Karthik is saying, will get taken care of. So it's a great opportunity from every perspective. And I'm so glad, 4 or 5 years back when I attended the first aging festival in Habitat, the representation was quite different. And now you see people like Neeraj doing a wisdom circle, which is meant for second innings employment, somebody doing community, Sathi, good fellows. So it's a spectrum of models, which will, I think, slowly come together. So thank you very much for sharing your perspectives. You've been a wonderful, panel. Any questions if the audience has? Happy to take that. Yeah, Shri. Okay, I see gentlemen, yeah, there.
Hi, thank you, esteemed panel, for a wonderful discussion. My name is Uplabh, and my question is to Dr. Thomas. I firmly believe that within the senior care industry, there must be a regulating authority helping a check on the quality of the services provided by elder care experts. Do you see any plans within the industry or ministry for the same? And when can we expect something like this to avoid exploitation of senior due to malpractices?
Sometimes the government moves slowly, sometimes it moves fast. So actually we have with regard to the quality of services, and especially with what I spoke about, we've already initiated the discussion about mandatory minimum standards and about accreditation. It'll difficult to tell the time because if it was between Mansoor and myself, we could probably say we can do it in 3 months. But since there are others involved, we'll try and push it as hard as we can because it is important. And with regard to health, looking at the quality of health to seniors especially, we already have the Clinical Establishment Act, we have NABH. There are certain safeguards, more could also be added.
Shri,
Yeah,
last question, then we'll wind up, please.
Rajat, if you don't mind, just add to
Sure,
on the
Karthik, go ahead.
regulatory part. I mean, since we are going through it practically, I mean, there is a minimum standard in place with the Department of Social Welfare, Social Justice, called the minimum standards. Just the reinforcement and the awareness of it is limited, but some of the states do have that in place. It's fairly decent at a fundamental level. But at a larger level, there are quality standards, as Dr. Alex mentioned. There is private firms like Joint Commission does have accreditation standard for long-term care and for home care. And when you're going very specific to India, looks like there is a draft coming out from the NABH as well for care homes. So we're looking forward to see that. Yeah, I think the time has come and it's happening as we speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for letting the question go in the interest of time. So thank you very much. I know some of you have flown from outside Delhi to attend this session, so really appreciate my gratitude. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful session, and thank you, moderator of the session, for wonderfully conducting and concluding right on time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll acknowledge the presence of all our speakers and the time that they've spent with us. I would request the moderator of the session to kindly present the mementos to our speakers of the session. Please put your hands together as we acknowledge and thank Dr. Karthik Narayan. Thank you so much, Dr. Karthik Narayan, for sharing your thoughts with us. May we now present a memento to Mr. Chaitanya Saravati. Thank you so much, Mr. Chaitanya. May we also thank Ms. Mrinali Mirchandani. Thank you so much, ma'am. We could have a louder participation from the audience. Thank you so much. May we also thank Dr. Alexander Thomas. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us and sharing your thoughts with us. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our roundtable 3. Thank you so much, moderator of the session, Mr. Rajat Mehta, for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our next session. Our next session is roundtable 4. But before we move on to our roundtable 4, we take this quick moment to thank all our sponsors. It's because of our sponsors and our supporters and our partners that this event is a possibility. We thank our platinum sponsor, Antara, our gold sponsors, Ashiana Housing, Primus Senior Living, Atulya Senior Care, CP+. We also thank our silver sponsor, Somani and Jaguar. We also take this moment to thank our creative partner, ABC, the Brand Advisory. We thank our PR partner, RPR. We thank our gifting partner, Here Clear and Unblended. Thank you so much for your support. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is the roundtable 4. The session is on making senior care accessible, affordable, and credible. Recognizing the pressing nature of adapting to the evolving requirements of an aging population, there's a compelling need to bolster training and capacity development. Considering the same, our upcoming session will focus on identifying potential innovative ways to increase healthcare affordability by 60+ population, including initiatives like specially designed insurance products, reverse mortgage loans, GST benefits, expanding the benefit package of existing products, and increasing the overall awareness in this sector. With those words, please put your hands together as I now invite the moderator of the session and the speakers of the session onto the stage. May I invite on stage our moderator of the session, Partner and Leader Healthcare, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Dr. Rana Mehta. Very warm welcome to you, sir. May I invite on stage our esteemed panelist, Director, Quadria Capital, Mr. Abhishek Yadav. Warm welcome to you. We also invite on stage CEO NABH, Mr. Atul Mohan Kochar. Warm welcome to Mr. Kocher. And may we also invite on stage Advisor Public Health Administration National Health System Resource Center, Dr. K. Madan Gopal. Warm welcome to you, sir. We also have as speaker of the session, Chairman and Managing Director, Bajaj Capital Limited, Mr. Rajiv Bajaj. Very warm welcome to you, sir. Before I request our moderator of the session to take over, may I say a few words about the moderator. Dr. Madan Gopal is going to join us in a bit. May I quickly say a few words about the moderator of the session. Dr. Rana Mehta has more than 25 years of experience in strategizing, planning, commissioning, and operations of over 75 hospitals and healthcare systems in Asia. He has worked on numerous assignments to develop customized healthcare solutions to suit client needs within political, socio-economic, geographic, and demographic imperatives. With those words, may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take over.
Thank you. And thank you. And I know we are the panel between you and lunch, but we'll try to make this really interesting. I think a lot of thoughts from the morning. I think what are the imperatives to invest in this whole senior care ecosystem. But I think we're coming to what's really going to take this whole ecosystem to an inflection point. Because there are going to be three things. Is it accessible for everyone? Accessibility in India, we know, is limited by affordability. Can people afford it? And finally, I think in healthcare, what's the most important thing? That is, can you trust it? Is it actually credible? Because this has held back a lot of ecosystems because these three magic ingredients don't come in. So as we grow it, I think those become very important. I have an amazing panel where, they're going to answer just the right thing. Dr. Kocher obviously is the CEO of NABH and, an expert on the accreditation because putting in the standards, right? Because ultimately we are dealing with a very vulnerable group, right? Who are skeptical about, parting with both their time and their financial resources. I have Abhishek, who is the director of Quadria. And, Quadria is one of the single-focused healthcare funds. I was in Singapore recently, and, they're the talk of the town. They've raised over $1 billion. But I think one of the things is they've been very focused on healthcare. A lot of funds say we also do healthcare. But so it's great to have Abhishek. And, I think from an investor and operational point of view, there'll be a lot of questions there. And also, it's great to have Rajiv Bajaj, who, besides being the chairman and managing director of Bajaj Capital, also has a personal interest both in wellness, longevity, and ikigai. So it'll be good to look at, how do we do that. So the problem is there, and I think everybody, rightly articulated it. We'll have 300 million people above the age of 60 by 2050, and that's the population of Europe, right? So we're dealing with a large problem. A couple of years ago, I went to Japan, and they said, forget the tsunami. It's the silver tsunami which is the problem. We have the greatest demographic dividend, but that's not going to stay for long. And ultimately, how as a society do we react to this problem? I'll start with Dr. Kocher. Dr. Kocher, I think the whole component of credibility, trust, here we are where unlike, the other healthcare sectors, we can actually put in the building blocks. So we'd like your views on that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rana. Thank you so much for having NABH here. So I mean, this has been a good discussion I've been following the past two sessions. And I think it's very important to bring into sharp focus the exact issues which all have been highlighted. Now, just because many of us may not be aware about NABH, today we are 18-year young body. We are formed by active collaboration of Government of India and all the major industry associations, FICCI, CII, ASOCHAM. And we touch today about 19,000 plus hospitals in India and 8 countries. So we draft and assess against our own standards, which are benchmarked by the best in the world by a global body called ISQA, International Society for Quality in healthcare. And when I say standards, India is proud to have to be one of the countries, one of the 44 countries amongst the 200 odd countries which draft their own standards in healthcare. So these standards are very popular, and we have today 27 products which are based on a very solid foundation of credibility. So the word you used, I like that. It's all about trust. How do we know that any facility, whether it's a hospital, is a small healthcare, or it's a blood bank, or whatever services related to healthcare, how do you say that it's a trustworthy thing? So you need a third-party body, which I'm very proud to claim that we are, which is responsive, which is transparent, which is technologically sensitive, and can give a honest opinion about what the facility is. So with that kind of a mandate, we set about creating standards. So we started this journey about a year back in active request from CII. Dr. Shabnam Singh was the chair. We brought in all the stakeholders and started to draft the standards for care home facilities. When I say care home, they cover the senior living, assisted living, the hospice, everything, special care. So all those things we need draft standards. So when I say standard, these are published documents. They are available free of charge from our website, and they cover all aspects of healthcare. For example, let's say a hospital like Max or Medanta or anyone, when we speak about them, we have a 10-chapter traditional approach where the first 5 chapters deal with patient care, and the next 5 chapters deal with the facility management, everything, from the safety, the staff management, etc. For care home standards, we have 6-chapter approach, and we have switched to a core, commitment, achievement, and excellence. So they are written in plain English, and so on 17th of September, just gone by, we released the first care home standards for India. So I just got a copy because many of us, I heard, were not aware about this thing. Amongst the digital health standard, which you actively collaborated with us, so these standards are a framework. So what do they don't tell you whether to put a granite in the lobby or they're not prescriptive standard. They are very enabling, focused framework for adapting your facilities to your scope. So that's exactly what they are. Whatever you wish to, whatever a care home facility, if I can use that word, and just let me also share, there are under Ministry of Social Justice, there are 502 integrated senior care home facilities which are currently operational across states. So they have been under the mandate of that Ministry of Social Justice, where Government of India wishes to bring all those 502 and counting facilities to a certain level. So this framework gives them a chance. And on day one, when we release a new standard, so every 3 years or 4 years, as the case may be, we revise these standards, raising the benchmark slightly. So these standards for care home, they cover not only facility, not only the role of management, not only the HR angle, but also the resident engagement and wellness. So we have 6 chapters here, which cover end-to-end infection control, hygiene, etc. So end-to-end, the journey through a care home, which is like it's been mentioned earlier, a very sensitive, extremely sensitive portion where it's bordering on hospitality, bordering on which is not a true hospital, which is may include palliative care, maybe a hospice, but it's a combination of all. So this framework gives that. So we'll be very happy to send a copy, share a copy with everyone, though it's freely available as a PDF on a charge, but we'll be sharing all these copies. So please go through them, give us your suggestions, and the one word which comes to mind is trust. So how a senior, or all of us are going almost there, if not there already. So how can they see value in the facility? How can they be assured that this is a trustworthy facility where everyone's interests can be taken care of? So NABH steps in for that. Please send us your suggestions, and I truly hope that they'll add much more value to the entire ecosystem. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dr. Kochar. And I think it's very apt, because I think when the whole hospital revolution or the multi-speciality happened, there were no standards. So everybody was, either they built it according to whatever they thought was right, or they picked up a JCI standard, which may not have been most apt. So I think one of the biggest building blocks we have. And the second focus, like you're saying, the infrastructure, the process is very much in place. So at least in the, the senior care ecosystem, we're going to have better outcomes. Because, we always look at infrastructure process, but in our country, outcomes. So, someone's investing into this ecosystem, he can look at that.
Just one addition, like for price, less than the price of a lunch at this place, we are offering a certification. They are very, very cost effective, almost negligible. That is one. We piloted at all the major facilities. We did it at Antra, we did it at Aurum. So all of them gave us a thumbs up, and only then did we go ahead with the form. It's a totally technologically enabled, they're the least human interface. Absolutely none. You online, except the assessor visiting and certifying. So, and assessors are also from amongst ourselves only.
I think a great collaboration in co-creating the standards, which I think is really. Next, I'll go to you, Rajiv. I think, while we speak and, something gets focused more on the care part of it, right? But I think the senior care ecosystem, while we all, as we age, take supplements, but vitamin M is very important because you run out of money, you can't do anything. So you were telling me, how does this whole ecosystem, between 60 to 90, and many of us may live to be 100, how does that need to develop?
Thank you, Rana. And I want to thank Adarsh from Primus, one of the organizers, for pulling me into this aging festival, thriving festival, and I feel so privileged to be sitting here less than 72 hours ago, and in the updated agenda, my name came in. Many of you may be wondering, that what is this guy who runs India's oldest wealth management and financial planning business? Bajaj Capital is a 60-year-old company. Many of us confuse us with our namesakes in Pune who manufacture bikes, but that's not us. We are the original Bajajes of money, based out of Delhi. We are a unique business, and I'll start from the beginning. Rana, several years ago, our CEO, Anil Chopra, at that time, walked into my room very excited. And I always keep grilling my team, what is the USP of our company? And he said, Rajiv, while we have 1.2 million customers, but I'm very proud to tell you that we have 4,600 customers over the age of 90. And that may have happened 7-8 years ago. That was a goosebumps moment for me, and that's possibly the reason I'm sitting here today, because it opened another chamber of my brain, so to say. I started looking at my business and hence myself differently. That we are, while there are large banks and they are doing a phenomenal job, and they may be 100 times, 1,000 times bigger than us in terms of balance sheet. But I bet you there are not many companies in India which serve 3 generations of investors. And then all these stories connected up. So let's say there's a Bajaj Capital branch in Janakpuri, and the manager has been in place for 15 years, who manages money for people. One old uncle, 85 years old, would say, Beta, and his son lives in US and daughter lives somewhere else. He says, Beta, आते हुए ना, जब वो फॉर्म लेकर आओगे इन्वेस्टमेंट का, तो साथ में मेरी दवाई उठा लाना, pharmacy से. And this guy, actually, the manager knows, he has the list of medicines that are to be carried. So we have a senior care business integrated into a wealth management business. So that was another moment of awakening for me. So while, this is not the moment, and that's what, Rana, when you said Rajiv has a personal interest, this personal interest has now become a very strong professional interest. Because today my younger son, Shivam, is running a personal nutrition platform. Maybe these are the discussions we have on dining table. My wife is a yoga instructor, certified yoga instructor. While we are a financial services family originally, but we have gotten into healthcare, preventive healthcare in a big way. I walked into the hall there to see the exhibits. everything was around solutions when you get ill. But ladies and gentlemen, what I want to talk to you about today is that I want to get into the philosophy and psychology of aging. And because that's what we deal with. We are in the business of helping people become financially independent. And I saw a World Economic Forum panel discussion in 2018 on YouTube, which said that there are 3 things which elders are looking for. Number 1 is mental independence. They do not want to fall into the trap of dementia. And I've been hearing people, India is going to have one of the largest dementia population in the world. And it already has. Mental independence. People do not want to fall into that trap. Second is, people want to be physically independent. On your own feet till you die. You know, so we have actually interviewed people and gone and done research on longevity. I've been on field trips to Japan. I have, TEDx talks on this subject. What people, even, whether it's a granny in Haryana or whether a granny in Japan, everybody says, if I can say in Punjabi, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫਰਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਕਬ ਤੱਕ ਜੀਵਾਂ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਤੱਕ ਜੀਵਾਂ ਟੰਗਾ ਚੱਲਣੀਆਂ ਚਾਹੀਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ. So whether you're from Chennai, upcountry, Tamil Nadu, or a granny in Punjab, everybody says, I don't know, I don't control how long I live. Till I live, my legs should work. So that also brought together another memory from my own training days as a financial planner, which was when I was a 26, 27-year-old trainee in the company, I used to fill financial planning forms for clients. And people were very clear about their money needs. How much do I invest every month? How much will it become? And how much will I have when I retire? Everything is very clear. But when it came to age expectancy, I would ask people the question, what should we fill? They would say, "Arey kuch bhi bhar do." I mean, I found that very odd, that what is most important is your age and how you think about aging. And people said, "Kuch bhi bhar do." So what we have done, we've completely revamped our business model. What we do now is we make 100-year life as an assumption, which is the first page of Ayurveda, our own 5,000-year-old science. Ayurveda says, quote unquote, human body is designed to live to 100 years. It's only by our own abuse and misuse we reduce our lifespan. So hence, our thought process is that the 3 things our customers need is mental independence, physical independence. We should have a supporting ecosystem with guys like you and have partnerships with firms like you, because we can't be the senior care, for everybody. But financial independence is our core business. And financial independence really makes you feel empowered and be able to afford all these services one is talk about. Because, guess what? We are very proud people. When I'm 90 years old, I wouldn't want my son to be paying for my senior center. If I were to go and live in Antara or Primus or anywhere else, I don't want Ashiana. So I don't want, my son paying for it. I want to pay for it myself. If I want to buy a GE gadget, I want to buy it myself. So that's where I would say people like us come in. So Rana, if we have more time, I would also later share with you, my field trips to Japan. We are writing a book on Ikigai, purpose of life. Ikigai adds life to your years, and it gives you a reason for living. We have gone to senior homes in Japan. So if we have more time, I don't want to monopolize the panel. I would hand back to you. Maybe if we have more time, I'll give you some anecdotes there.
No, sure. I think great insights, because I think that financial independence trumps everything else, right? If you don't have that, then any care is not accessible. And see, we all want to live long, but none of us want to be old, right? So that's the gist of it. Next, I come to Abhishek. So Abhishek's very important, because ultimately, the fact is that, is there a business model? We've all been talking about senior care. We've been all talking about the various models. We're lucky to have him because he's invested in companies which have looked at this space. So he can tell us both from a financial and an operational, what have been some of the hurdles, and how does he see this market in another 3 years? Abhishek.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Rana, for having me here, and thanks all the sponsors. I think from a standpoint of investment, I'll start with what we've spoken, right? There's a lot of demand here. There's an aging population. This is one segment which typically starts at 65, goes at 90, 100. So you have a target audience where the longevity is long. If you tap into a customer, and I'm talking from a financial as well as an operating standpoint, the LTV, the long-term value of a customer once you acquire, is extremely long. They're financially independent, and the other thing is that most of their responsibilities are done. So they've got disposable income to themselves for the right kind of products and services. So if you give them the right product, services, they're willing to pay, and especially with the entire change in mindset, you're seeing that to happen. So from a demand standpoint, strong tailwinds from that perspective. The second part, which we've also spoken through the day, is that there is an ecosystem which is being built. What happens is, and typically as you've seen in hospitals and pharma, you need an entire ecosystem right from the back end to the front end, because one player cannot deliver everything. And if it's left to one player, either it falters on accessibility because it'll be catered to one micro market, one market, or it is catered, or it gets restricted from an affordability standpoint or a credibility. If you have to scale it up for a country of our size, where it's accessible, where it's not just accessible in the top 4 towns, top 5 cities, if it's affordable for the broader India and Bharat, and credible from a standpoint of where you can trust on quality, the entire ecosystem needs to be developed. And it's heartening to see that people are sort of focusing on various aspects of the ecosystem there. The third element is that how do you now get all the elements into an integrated model to say who is going to provide all of this and integrate for the elderly care, because while they are ready to spend, they also want life simple, right? For example, my parents, they'll want life simple. They'll want one go-to person, one app to say, okay, how do you solve for all of it? I can't go to 5, 10, 15 people. So while the ecosystem is there, but how do we sort of integrate it to say that I can get to a common offerings? And we've got, from that standpoint. For example, we were fortunate to invest in HCAH, right? They're into geriatric care, assisted living. So they have not only services from a standpoint of offering assisted living centers, but also have care at home. So it's about delivering care at centers, care at home. And then we also acquired something on the product side, where we're able to provide products to the seniors for what they require, whether it's on the nutrition side, whether it's on the medical side. We're not manufacturing everything. We're trying to leverage the ecosystem which is built there and say, how do we sort of offer that? So I think from that standpoint, and as that scale, that brings the opportunity to look at it from an investment standpoint, what will sort of look at it, what becomes interesting. The operational challenges, I think, is that it's an execution heavy game, right? So it is center by center, it is city by city. You need to build it's product by product. So a lot of focus on execution. So you need to have long-term patient view from a demonstration of track record standpoint. So I think those are the critical elements, that how do you sort of stay in the initial standpoints.
So do you think the initial players will be actually able to build a moat, which has happened in the large hospitals, right? If you were to start opening a multi-speciality hospital today and try being a pan-India, it's very difficult. So do you think there's that advantage?
There is an advantage. So see, from our standpoint, where we see healthcare at home, right? HCH, it is now one of the largest there. The market is large, so there's an opportunity. There are other players. There's Atulya. There are other players who are focusing on these opportunities. So there is a head start you have. There's also an ability to convert the unorganized to organized, for what Apollo Fortis did, right? It was largely an unorganized market at the start, and then you've sort of converted it. What it requires is a lot more push from an affordability or from a payer's standpoint, right? Because still today, there is that money factor which comes where you say vitamin M, that how do you sort of have it for a 30-year, 40-year period? So that will, so for example, how insurance change for multi-speciality standpoint, hospital, how do we get these models where, while senior care, aged people have, their own financial resources, but how the government, how advocacy can help sort of either reduce the cost or sort of supplement it, will, move the unorganized to organized. So there will be a moat. But again, it's a more execution, long-term focus, which we need to be at it.
I think a lot of components, a lot of insights, the execution, how do you do it, and it's been different. I think even when multi-speciality hospitals, they struggled for years, right, to get things right. So a hospital which worked in a tier 1 city won't work in a tier 2 city. We have Dr. Madan Gopal join us. Dr. Madan Gopal, has a lot of experience, having worked with Niti Aayog, so over 30 years of experience on, health system research, reform within the government. One of the things I wanted to ask him separately was, one of the fallouts of COVID was that for the first time we had adult vaccination, right? Vaccination in India only meant mother and child. Now, I think if we have built that platform for adult vaccination, all over the world, there are so many diseases which can be prevented. So mortality and morbidity in our senior care population is impacted to a large extent that there is no vaccination program, whether it's shingles, pneumonia. So is there any thought process on how do you do that? Because again, we're talking about healthy living.
Thank you, Ranaji. Sorry very much because the session was pulled up, and initially it was supposed to be after 2 o'clock. So I was in another meeting with the guest of honor who's going to come after this session. That's a different thing. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And this is a very pertinent question because the COVID has given us an opportunity to carry out vaccination, adult vaccination. That's one thing. It has given us confidence that yes, we can do adult vaccination. That's the one thing which has happened. The other thing is, you have rightly mentioned that the population is growing, aging. If a census happens, it would be somewhere between 12 to 15%, 60 plus population. And the insurance landscape is more or less, if you look at that, they are also very skeptical. The underwriters and the actuarial calculation which happens, they are also not comfortable in giving insurance to this elderly population. The home care segment is also growing. It is increasing every year. The growth is happening in the home care sector. But one of the challenging aspects is how to keep this aging population hale and hearty and well-being. We have been focusing on the wellness of this population. A network in the public sector, a network of health and wellness centers are there, right up to 3,000, 5,000 population. But that's one aspect of that. The other aspect is how to keep this population healthy, because apart from imparting the healthy lifestyle, we should be having vaccination, as you have rightly mentioned out, that how many of us here are aware about availability of vaccination about shingles, which is around 97% efficacious, and it has a life cycle of about 10 years. Because shingles is a very painful condition in the older population, and if we are not able to cater to that thing, that's another aspect which one need to factor on that. But reducing the cost of treatment for this, the other is the pneumonia. The pneumonia is also a major problem. It's a major cause of mortality as well as morbidity in the elderly population. That's one thing. And the COVID, nevertheless, we have to vaccinate the people against COVID. Till the time we have some confidence that this is not going to affect or create more severity. That means 3-4 conditions are there where we need to invest into this vaccination, adult vaccination. I think COVID has paved a way for adult vaccination in the country, and the shingles vaccination has been promoted in the media and the other places. I think slowly, if evidence is there, it can find ways into the national program as well. That's something. Apart from that, if you look at the way this senior care has come into the discussion dialogue of all the people, the social ministry, the health ministry, the Niti Aayog, they all started discussing about the how to provide care to this elderly population, because they have to think about this population. And it is very much in the pipeline that vaccination and how to prevent morbidity, so that the cost which incurs in treating this population has been taken care.
No, exactly, and I think we owe it to our seniors, because people who work for their life, I mean, it's being done for children and mothers, but at that stage there is no support. So I was very glad to hear that there's a component. We just have a couple of minutes, so I'll just ask a few short questions. Dr. Kocher, now we won't have you have the NABH hat, we'll have you wear the physician hat, right? So one of the biggest changes which has come is that something like obesity was not a disease, right? But today we are treating it as a disease because you have a drug. Do you see aging also being treated as a disease in 10 years to come?
Oh, that's the eternal quest, actually. So I'm speaking as a dermatologist. There's so much of research going on in the fountain of youth. I mean, the beauty industry, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And nothing exceeds that 40% CAGR and all that, right? But there's so much going on the telomere phase, the length of telomeres. So that's where the actual research is going on. And probably they have some solutions on the west coast of the US, but they are prohibitive. But as it is with everything, research has to be there, but you have to deal with the eventuality, right? You have to deal with it pragmatically, but it's here and now, and we must start with very simple steps, as Dr. Madan Gopal very rightly pointed. The Shingrix is available. It's no doubt very expensive right now. It's about 12,000 rupees for 2 shots by GSK. But you have to bring it, and the government of India can sensitize people, so at least the vulnerable group, amongst the vulnerables, we should start with that national campaign, the pneumococcal vaccine. So that's where, because one rupee invested into that prevention will go a long way in making the rupee go further, and it will be a real value for money.
No, thank you. And I think, I used to ask the audience, if we came here 10 years later, what would we talk about? Maybe I'll move that to 50 years later, and we'll have the same panelists. Rajiv, so, you were telling me, and very briefly, some of the things, as we're building this ecosystem, right? Japan's done it, like I said, the silver tsunami. What are some of those learnings? Because you went there, you spoke to people. What are some of those things we can adapt and actually catalyze our growth?
So, thank you, Rana. There's the potential of this ecosystem, and our business is a case study that given that a large percentage of population would be aged. So whether you're a wealth manager or whatever business you're in beyond, conventional healthcare, everybody has a role. I think that's the point I put across in phase 1, and to understand who people are and how they're aging. So to go into the psychology of aging, which I spoke earlier, people want, the first phase, as we say in post-retirement, is contentment, where people want to travel and enjoy life. In fact, their financial expenses are higher than before. When they are late 50s or early 60s, if 60 is the age of retirement, your expenses go up. Next is disenchantment, where you start to lose self-esteem, and that's when you need things, injections like ikigai and purpose of life. And then people slowly, third phase is reorientation, re-engagement, and then certain community services and projects. So that's what I want to tell you about. And last is routine. Ultimately, people settle into a final rhythm or routine, whether it is within the 80 square feet room they live in, or it's a community if somebody can build that. We see these as the 4 researched post-retirement phases. What I saw in Japan, and this is being featured in our upcoming Ikigai book, which I'm writing with a Japanese professor, clinical psychologist, and other authors. We went to a center in Fujisawa, 50 kilometers out of Tokyo, Aoi Care. And it's Kato-san, what he has done is something unique. It's a group of 8 or 10 houses. It's a community of houses. It's not a boundary wall. In fact, he got fined by the local community. Why haven't you created a boundary wall? And he fought. He said, I am not creating a jail. I am creating a community where elders are served by members of community. So people come and volunteer. His life experiences led him to believe this is where I would want my parents to be ultimately. So he designed a service like that. It was a beautiful place to be. Elders feel at home. And that's what re-engages them and into the community. Another model started by a youngster called Hamano-san. Engao is that startup. He's just 31 years old. In Japan, as you know, there are a lot of abandoned homes. So what he did, he went to the council and started taking over these abandoned homes and made them into community cafes. So they were daycare centers for little children and senior centers rolled into one. So guess that what's happening, a dementia patient who's moving around there has a young child coming up and asking for help on homework. So what is that, just imagine the kind of interaction that is happening, and obviously people are supervising. So it is, that has really taken off. So these are innovative models, in care, which India should adopt, and they'll come up, and the silver tsunami hopefully should become a silver streak or whatever other name we can come up with. Thank you, Rana.
No, that's wonderful. And they say, life comes with an expiry date. Only thing it's not printed on our back. So if it was, we'll live life much better. Abhishek, very briefly, what you're saying is now this whole improving lifespan, actually is now becoming an opportunity rather than a cost. So how do you see it from your viewpoint?
So I think, as Rajiv was saying, right, there's beauty in aging. And if you look at aging as a disease and you sort of put those as models, most of the elderly will sort of, not take it up, and they'll say, don't treat us as aged or diseased. We are not like that. There's a beauty in aging. And I think from that standpoint, what people are looking at is how personalized you can do it. While we are saying personalized, it does not mean that you have a different product for different person, but how personalized to each individual you can make it, whether it's about making sure that they're staying outside of hospital as much as they can, or whether it is about how do you provide them the right product services outside the home, outside the hospital, at their home, and more importantly, help improve their quality of living. So whether it's on the product, tech, service side, those are some of the models when integrated will be interesting to see.
No, I think comes down to the quality of life. We would have continued. Unfortunately, run out of time, so I won't be able to take some questions. But I'll just like to conclude with something what the father of the nation said. He said the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. So I think we owe it to ourselves and we owe it to our seniors. Thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Rana, if I could just take your permission to give a recommended viewing if people haven't seen, excuse me, Live to 100 documentary on Netflix. If we haven't seen yet, it's an eye-opener, and for all of us, in this space, it would be something we'll pick up from. Thank you. Thank you, Rana, for being such a great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for that wonderful session. Thank you, moderator of the session, for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session. We would now like to present mementos to our panelists, and may I request the moderator of the session, Dr. Rana Mehta, to kindly present a memento to our speaker, Mr. Abhishek Yadav. Thank you so much for sharing your information with us. May we also present a memento to Mr. Atul Mohan Kochar. Thank you so much, sir. May we thank Dr. K. Madan Gopal. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. A huge round of applause as we thank all our speakers. A huge round of applause as we thank Mr. Rajiv Bajaj. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts with us. Indeed, a very interesting session, and I'm sure most of us would have some questions or maybe some discussions. We could take it over in our networking lunch as we break for networking lunch at this moment, requesting everyone to kindly assemble in the hall by 2:20 as our guest would arrive by 2:15. We request you all to kindly assemble about 2:20 so that we can begin on time. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
दिल से ना पूछो उम्र कभी भी दिल में शरारत है बाकी अभी भी
ताकि जिंदगी के साथ आपकी ये लव स्टोरी यूं ही चलती रहे AGZ by Antara, empowering seniors to age with ease and joy. Launching with knee pain and fall solutions. Visit us at agzbyantara.com.
Growing old is not easy. The rising healthcare needs and fewer social interactions are leaving senior citizens lonely and vulnerable. Primus's senior living homes provide holistic senior care solutions that help reduce aging and eliminate loneliness. Round-the-clock medical care, concierge, housekeeping services, and fun outdoor activities enable them to lead an active and healthy life. They make new friends, interact with people, share laughter, and create wonderful memories. Do you want your post-retirement time to be the golden years of your life? Come, be a part of the Primus community.
जिंदगी के ये हसीन पल तुम अपने ढंग से, अपनी रफ्तार से, अपने रूल से जियो। 60 प्लस हो मगर जज्बा फिर भी 16 का रखो। जिंदगी के इस हसीन खेल में अभी तो हाफ टाइम ही हुआ है यारो।
Ashiana Atweg, Senior Living Reimagined.